Hey, grace and peace, everybody. I know I'm extremely early. This show isn't supposed to start for another hour. However, Gary, our friend Gary from Paramount Tactical, is debating Zach Castile, whom we were going to watch his video of him debating Andrew Wilson yesterday. He's debating him right now, and it is very interesting. So I wanted to bring it in just so we can kind of set a flavor for what we're going to watch a little bit later if we do watch his debate with Andrew Wilson. This is very interesting. Let's go.
There is no evidence that we have been presented. Let me get the language right. There is no evidence that we have been presented that puts Tyler Robinson himself on that rooftop.
But there is evidence that exists. Candace Owens does not have any.
We have not received. We have not received that evidence.
This is a very weird.
We, as in the public, have not received that evidence. You are speculating that evidence exists based on your conversations with attorneys that would tell you this evidence probably does exist and we would see this in the courtroom. That's going to be great. I'm very much looking forward to that. We also have doubt that the gun itself, from the angle that it was shot from, and we never got into Chris Martinson's argument here, the cavitation effect shows this is what I thought was actually very good justification that Charlie was in fact shot from the front. In that cavitation effect, it works almost the exact same way. The way that he kind of goes back and his back billows up and it kind of it expands his chest. I thought it was a very good argument for a high-powered rifle coming in from the front.
It is wild to hear.
Believes that a 30-06 could have been used, but
it's wild to listen to non-gun enthusiasts try to explain gun material to a gun owner. Like, this guy explaining this to Gary has got to be the high watermark of comedy, because Gary he knows what he's talking about. This is just wild.
But not from the angle of the roof, in that we know, according to evidence, that it struck, I believe, the C4 vertebrae, I believe is what it hit. So in order for that angle from that roof to hit that vertebrae and to hit that chest cavity that would have prevented an exit wound, which can happen, as you know, as a military man. I've got a really good friend who's an ex-Green Beret, many tours, who said, like, look, if that hits bone and solid bone, then there is a chance that it could not pass through, right? So I get that. That's a data point that I'm logging in my head. But when you Chris Martinson's argument, which I think is valid, is that if you take the angle too low, it doesn't hit the chest cavity, and you're dealing with soft neck tissue, which would significantly decrease the likelihood that an exit wound would not occur. So again, we have the doubts about the 30-06, which I think are valid, and then we have the shot angle, which means that Chris Martinson. Just let me finish the one more thing, and then Chris Martinson's argument is that the shot then must have come, if it was from a 30-06, from somewhere else, or it was taken with a different weapon. And this is where we get into, okay, if that, then what can we look at? What evidence can we find, or what can we investigate if it's up to the investigative authorities to look into this further, if Tyler Robinson, in fact, did not take it? And that is the push. Like, that is the public pressure push that I feel like we do have to do, given the fact that our government, and this is proven fact, that our government has lied to us about so many of these things in the past, whether it be COVID, the COVID vaccine, the lab leak theory. We have Butler, Pennsylvania, when the FBI told us that Thomas Crooks had no footprint whatsoever. And then Tucker Carlson, an investigative journalist, finds that he did. It's like, okay, well, thanks to Tucker Carlson for not believing the Fed slop about the Butler case, so that he could find out what the actual truth was. And we still don't have answers as far as that goes. And then now here we are in the Charlie Kirk investigation, dealing with irregularities that have a lot of people concerned. And here we are, a lot of the people who are expressing these concerns or do not believe the charge documents or the mainstream narrative, all these things that we've been talking about here today. I'll challenge you, Gary. You will call us conspiratards for not actually believing or going along with the mainstream media and the mainstream narrative. And I do not think that is fair, nor do I think it's responsible, given what we have been through as a people and as a country. Our government and our authorities and the state authorities, they will lie to us. They will try to make this probably as easy and as a slam dunk case as possible for them.
Okay.
Joe Kent, I think, has done a good job, and you can
point.
disagree
You're
with Joe Kent, but he has come out and he has
I won't get into all of it.
validated these arguments for a lot of
and there's-
people. This is a high-ranking government official who has validated a lot of the arguments, or at least the perspective and the opinions that a lot of people have on the other side, I guess you could say.
Instead of just going through, let's address those one-on-one, and I will go through all of that with you. All right, so going back though, we have the French Foreign Legion. We have Israel. We have
leave the French Foreign Legion.
I let you talk. Listen, I'm going to ask you a question. Do we have any evidence that was involved? Like, because that's a huge claim. We need a lot of evidence to believe it, and it's your responsibility to provide that evidence, which Candace Owens hasn't. Not one bit of evidence. We haven't even seen a document that supports that.
Would you agree? Okay, it's not the job of Candace Owens to solve this investigation.
No, it's the job of.
But Candace keeps bringing the stuff up. No, Candace is making the claims. This guy is not being honest. Candace is making the claims. Like, she has to prove the claim. I don't have to disprove the claim. She hasn't shown anything to prove. Earlier, he was pointing out, like, we don't know that Lori has any LLCs. You know, Candace said that Erica's mom had 20 LLCs. We're like, we don't know that. I don't know that. Do you know that? What proof do you have? And why do I have to prove that she has 20 LLCs? Candace hasn't shown it. Or why do I have to disprove it? I have no reason to believe it. Like, this guy is being disingenuous, man. This is sad.
Claims it is her job to support them with evidence, not to confuse people, not to say that X, Y, and Z is guilty of murder without any evidence. That is immoral. That's wrong. It's irresponsible. You can't.
Would you agree?
Claim anything.
Would you agree that
you know what?
Would you agree that Candace Owens has a wide reach and has many sources that can feed her information?
That's fine. Then provide us the evidence of that.
Whether it's true or not, do you agree that Candace Owens has a wide reach and a lot of influence and a lot of tips that can come in to her?
I have a wide reach. I can have tips that come in all the time. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to regurgitate those tips because it could be somebody that is a malign actor. I'm not going to just put out information because I have information.
You should absolutely vet. You should absolutely vet the tips to ensure that they are legitimate before you put them out to the public.
I
totally agree.
Provide you evidence, because if that's what she's doing, then she's doing something that's worse than what MSNBC did. She's doing something worse than what CNN did. She is creating a narrative. She's not providing any evidence, and she's confusing. And by the way, she says, "Hey, the French took a shot at somebody." Like, that's an act of potential war. She has no evidence of it, and then she says,
"Yes." I would be very concerned that this is bigger than Tyler Robinson, and that the assassination of Charlie Kirk was an act of war. And if that is the case, I want to know
Gary, I need you to mute this guy, because this guy doesn't need to keep talking over you, Gary. That's just my little 2 cents.
Full truth about that. I don't want the government to cover it up for our own good, or to protect the status quo, or to prevent us from having to engage in an actual conflict because they went after an American citizen. I don't want to be shielded from this important information. I want to know the full truth so that we can move forward in truth. And if that is part of this information, if that's a part of this investigation, then Gary, you would agree we certainly do not want that covered up. And do you think that those in power, given their track record, may cover that up if the implications or the consequences were very large like that?
What I'll say is the implications are huge, is when we have American people accepting narratives without zero proof. That is setting the American people up for disinformation to be manipulated like we've never had. And then here you are
accepting that Tyler Robinson is guilty with no proof.
I am not accepting Tyler Robinson is guilty. I'm saying, hey, here's where I'll be with you, Zach. I will be with you all over this stuff. I will, the day that this is put out, if this evidence doesn't show up in court, or we find out that, you know what, I'll tell you right now, I am with you 100%. If we show up to court and come to find out, or later on somebody says it, or they actually talk to somebody, if his parents come out and say, hey, you know what, I actually didn't say any of that stuff, I'm like, that's all it would take for me. That's all. Like, if his parents come out and say, I did not say that my son was guilty of these things, And let me tell you something. If the parents did believe that, they would be out in front of cameras right now. They would. I would. I don't care what it would take.
Okay, Gary. Gary is my dude. Y'all know I rock with Gary. My only thing is, Gary, don't make concessions for Zach. Zach needs to make concessions for you. Don't say, I'll side with you, Zach. I need Zach to say he'll side with you, Gary. That's the only thing, because Zach is not being genuine. Zach is being dishonest. I'm sorry. This guy is horrible. Horrible. I can't wait to do this Andrew Wilson debate. Let's go.
I don't care what lawyer tried to tell me that I shouldn't do that. I'd be like, my son, I'd be every single day. I'd be broadcasting
In
that
front
from
of
my
every
jail
day,
cell.
right.
Because what we have is Candace Owens claimed that the French Foreign Legion also were coming to kill her, and she presented zero evidence. We didn't even get evidence of emails going to any
Hold his feet to the fire, Gary. Hold his feet to the fire right there.
sort of investigative body. Like, at least just let me know that you actually sent them an email. Let me see a return of that. Provide that to me. I'll buy that, actually, because what I can tell you is that it is illegal to actually call the FBI and say, hey, I got this information. Now, they may look at the information and be like, that's bullshit information.
Cool.
Like,
Sure. Yeah. She could have received a bad tip that the French government was coming after her, that she took seriously, that she submitted to the FBI. That could have happened. And I think, but there's a lot of us, again,
but we don't know that she did it, though. We don't know that she even did it. Zach is being very disingenuous. And I don't know, man. We wouldn't have gotten past the word go, because he would have to prove that she did this. Otherwise, why do I need to believe it? Why do I need to believe it? This is insane.
Are listening to what Candace Owens has to say, and there are a lot of people listening to what Candace Owens has to say, whether you like her or not, or whether you think what she is doing is evil, or whether you think what she's doing is valuable. But at the same time, if there are people who, even in Candace's audience, like, I know you guys like to use the condescending terms as far as like the candy cult goes.
You know what condescending terms that you guys like to use? You like to use Fed. You like to use traitor. You like to use Fed slop. You like to use paid by Israel. Dude, I did 4 combat tours.
I used the word Fed slop one time in this conversation.
But you use it all during yesterday.
Over in the chat right now saying that I'm a traitor. Fuck you. I have given so much for this country, you don't even know. I love this country more than anything. And for you to sit there and say that I'm a traitor to my country because you disagree with me. And by the way, I actually have evidence to back what I say. What you have to say is, you know what? We're just asking questions. We're just open to different ideas, because that's what you've presented to me so far. We're just open to different ideas. And like, we're just looking at this because we don't believe this, even though there's evidence for that. I'm just opening up to the ideas. And if you say, hey, look, this is evidence, which is the most logical stance in all of this. This is what the evidence says. Your response to me is, you're a Fed. You've betrayed your country. You're paid by Israel. So I don't want to hear about candy cultists. I don't want to hear about conspirators. That's pretty minor than questioning my loyalty to this country. So there's that. All right. Where do you want to move?
My mic is muted. My mic was muted. I couldn't respond to that.
Gotcha.
Gary, have I accused you of those things here in this conversation?
No.
Like, are you saying, when you say you, are you saying that I'm doing that?
I see people in the chat. Dude, I get it all the time. It's like, I'll have 50 comments of something I could make a post of something factually true to the point you can't even disprove it. But then I will be hit with Fed, you're paid by Israel, you're owned by TPUSA. Like, bro, nobody owns me.
I don't have much time left, but I think we could probably go for maybe about 10 more minutes. What I do want to bring up are the irregularities that Candace Owens has found that I do feel are legit. And yes, there are many of us here in the audience that are certainly wondering.
I don't even want to hear about the irregularities. I want to hear what evidence she has of one single material claim. Like, that's all.
Why would you not want to hear that?
I want one piece.
Why would you not want to hear that, though? Like, why would you just want to close yourself off to not hearing what the alternative theories are?
Without evidence, you're in a religion and you're in a cult, and you're not a logical, reasonable person. You're abandoning reason and logic, like what our Western society was founded on.
There are evidence of, so you don't consider the evidence of foreign planes, those Egyptian planes, which I understand a lot of people just like to be like, oh my gosh, it's a conspiracy. The reality is there were 2 Egyptian planes that were in Provo on the ground that dumped military contractors into
Hold on,
Provo.
stop right there. Stop right there.
And
Stop right there.
and
Like,
one or two of these military planes. I'll make one more point.
Yeah.
One or two of these military planes, these Egyptian military planes, performed a low-level surveillance of and around the UVU campus.
Okay.
Before the day of, I believe, that Charlie was assassinated. That is highly irregular activity, and this is an example of a piece of evidence that is irregular about things going on that day. If it's not, then then come out with a statement. Then the FBI or the investigative authorities can easily come out with a statement and say, this is what was going on. This is not irregular. This is why we are not like, and you might say, well, it's not up to the FBI to justify itself to you or the public. And I would argue that at this point, we are in a state in this country where, I think that it is. I think that the FBI should be clarifying some of these things and some of these questions and some of this evidence that is coming out about irregularities on that day. And I understand that many on your side will say, oh, the Egyptian planes, it's a hoax. As soon as that word comes off,
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say any of that.
And
stuff.
people don't even listen to what actually occurred that day.
Hold on, because you're stating some things that are not factual as facts. Number one, you're like, hey, there's some Egyptian planes there. Okay,
there were two specifically.
That is a fact. That's
two
a fact.
Specifically with the tail numbers. That is a fact.
Just hush for a second. How many foreign planes are in the U.S. at any one time?
I don't know the answer to that
it's
question.
Around 5,500 according to Grok. All right, that's where I got that source. You guys can get that. 5,500 foreign planes. Any one of those foreign planes could be dropping off some sort of freaking deep state, freaking military operative in any given place at any given time. Let's talk about your plane specifically. You just stated that Egyptian planes flew in, military Egyptian planes no less. Egyptian planes flew in, and 2 military contractors got off of that plane.
No. It was a group. It was multiple.
Okay.
And did not return on that plane. Yes.
Multiple military contractors got off that plane.
Yes.
How do you know they're military contractors?
So I believe that the status or the status of those individuals or wherever they came from, I believe confirms that they were military contractors.
Where's the evidence of that? Because I've looked for stuff like that. I have never seen evidence of that. Okay, and let's go a step further. Let's seed your point. Let's say they're military contractors. It's not an established fact. It's actually bullshit that we just repeat. It's language being used. It's language being used. What's that?
Mike keep getting muted.
Yeah.
Do you have proof? Do you have proof that those were not military contractors? Because you said that it's bullshit. So I'm asking you in good faith. Do you have proof that they're not military contractors? Do
you have proof that I didn't see Bigfoot?
Gary. Okay.
It's so illogical for you to say that. Like you have abandoned reason and logic. When you sit there and say, do you have proof that they're not? I don't have proof that they're not Bigfoot. They could have all been Bigfoot. I don't have proof that they're not aliens. I don't have proof that they're not freaking Iranian ninjas. I don't have proof of any of that. I'm not the one claiming that. You're claiming that they're military contractors. Now let's say that they are. Let's see your point.
The plane specifically. The plane is registered as an Egyptian military plane that transports those like individuals. If you are a private citizen, or again, these are not private planes. These are planes that carry certain individuals on them. Dude, if I am wrong and these are not military individuals, I'm open to being wrong. But
can it be a military plane and not have military contractors? And then we're going to go through the military contractor claim to begin with. Can it not be military contractors? Because guess what? Civilians, politicians, and everybody else fly on military jets all the time.
Yeah.
Let's see your point.
Sure.
They're military contractors.
Yeah.
Military contractors.
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean? Are they mechanics? Like, do you know how many MOSs are in the military? That's your job title. Like, how many vocations?
I think it's just the data. It's a data point that people who are exploring the alternate theories are
these
pursuing.
Are trained assassins. That's where you're going with it. You know it. You're pulling that in there. You don't know that they're military contractors, but what you're trying to say is that these are assassins.
Now you're putting words in my mouth.
That's what you're alluding to. You know it. When you say military contractors,
what it comes down to is that if an Egyptian military plane carrying some level or some form of military contractors or whatever you want to label them, I mean, we don't know. That's the point. We don't know. Dumped or left these individuals, a group of these individuals in Provo, Utah, the week prior to the investigation. I'm sorry, into the assassination. And what we also know is that they pinged multiple Israeli cell phones around the event, around the assassination event. So we know that there are and were Israeli cell phones. And I'm only using this because this is what the evidence that is coming out has said. And all that I'm saying, because then as you just relate this to Joe Kent and what he has come out and said, in that there are leads that he feels as though should have been pursued that the FBI and Kash Patel shut down and decided not to. Kash Patel probably aligns with you and thinks that the leads are bullshit.
No, hold on.
Can I just make one more point? Is like one second. Kash Patel, like you, the argument would be he thinks the leads are bullshit. He thinks they mean nothing. Joe Kent, from his position, who was responsible for gathering and analyzing the data that he was presenting to Kash Patel, not investigating. I understand what Joe Kent's job was, although they did give him access to the investigation. So that's interesting for a short period of time. And then Kash Patel found out about it and he wasn't happy about it. But in any case, Joe Kent believes that those leads should have been pursued. And he even admitted on the Sean Ryan show, I know you watched it, he said that those leads could be bogus. But the fact that they did not look into them is extremely concerning, just given the day and age that we live in. Like that's where I'm at with it. Like they could be wrong. They could be bullshit. But as far as everything that Owens is presenting, because she is the one that presented that information, and then Baron Coleman has done a really good job in verifying the flights and where they were coming from, like looking at flight data and seeing where these planes were going and the altitude of them. All really interesting. Like, the whole point is that, look, if Tyler Robinson was not the one on the roof, and we talked about the reasonable doubt that justifies, I would say, some of the things that I'm talking about here, then we are going to look into the alternative theories and see what these other irregularities are, which I think is a worthy pursuit. Some people might say it's bullshit. Other people think that it's valid. And I'm just on the side that I think is that thinks it's valid, I guess, like, is what it comes down to.
Just because there are billions of possibilities, and there's billions of possibilities, and because we don't track down every one of those billion possibilities, doesn't make the case they have.
Okay, so y'all, I'm reading this chat and I'm trying to hold on. I'm trying to stay grounded here. The problem is Zach entertains every possibility. And I was going to do my monologue when I did my show today, but Zach entertains every possibility possible. If you say it's possible, then it could be possible. An ant could have shot Charlie Kirk. Well, there we go. We got to investigate it. I just said that an ant shot Charlie Kirk. Well, we got to go look into it. He considers everything. Whereas Gary is saying, well, we have this person, we have this amount of evidence. There's no reason to move forward anywhere else or look anywhere else. We have enough right here to make a conclusive decision whether or not this man is guilty or not. And I think most of us agree that we believe that Tyler Robinson did it. But he wants to throw in everything everything and the baby and the kitchen sink. I don't know if this is like a red herring. I don't know which logical fallacy that Zach delves into, but I really think it's logical fallacy. I mean, a red herring where you just got you chasing after everything under the sun. So, and I do think Gary needs to institute the mute button because this dude needs to be quiet.
Untrue. We do not know if those were actually military contractors. There is no evidence of that. I will be happy to correct the record if you can provide me evidence that was actually military contractors. If they are military contractors, then I don't know if those are not plane technicians. I don't know if they're computer people. There is, as a matter of fact, I just pulled this up, just within the U.S. Army, just within the U.S. Army, there is at least 300 to 500 distinct occupations. Very few of those are combat arms.
Right.
Very few. And just because you tell me, it's like, hey, you know what? I find, like, let's say you find me over a dead body, and I got a knife in my hand. I'm over the dead body. There's blood on me, and then you're like, Gary's guilty, and I say, no. Like 3 doors down, there's another guy that was actually convicted of murder. So it's actually him.
Right.
Well, number one, we have no problem.
Gary would do very well. Gary would do very well. I like Gary. I know I mess with Gary. That's my guy. He needs to learn the logical fallacies. And if you follow Rick Caldwell from Biblical Apologetics, he does a really good job with those as well. But he needs to follow the very distinct logical fallacies so he knows, because that's what Zach is doing. Zach is just introducing, genetic fallacies and, red herrings. Of course, we call those whataboutisms. He's just introducing different logical fallacies. So shout out to Gary. Look, Gary's doing a good job, but he needs to use that mute button.
Probable cause. That's a claim. We don't have any evidence to say, even though that he did that, even though he's capable of that, there is no claim here. Like, your prints are here, you're
Right.
over the dead body. Like, and then I could say, guess what? There's 500 murderers just within my own town. It could be one of them. Like, well, no, there's no evidence that any of those people were involved. It's a data point. It's a possibility, but there's no evidence. And again, like, you don't care about evidence. Your entire side doesn't care about evidence. You are like, well, like, we just need to, like.
I would say this though. I would argue with the man that's sitting right in front of me. I would not necessarily bring all of Cantifa into it, even though I think he's right. I mess with Gary. I agree with him. I would just talk about Zach. You don't care, because Zach earlier has shown he doesn't care about evidence. So that is a true statement. He doesn't need to say all of y'all. He can say, you, Zach Castillo, you don't care about evidence, and point it at him.
It's like a bunch of hippies conducting an investigation. Like, well, what if this?
No, I think that our side cares more about finding all of the legitimate evidence relating to the Charlie Kirk case.
That's the problem, is it's not legitimate. If it's not real,
then prove it wrong. Like that's what. Then I think that's the whole point. It's like instead of
prove it right. See, that's the thing. Gary just said, "Hey, if there's 500 killers in my neighborhood, which would be crazy." But okay, let me back that up. That's crazy work. Wait, hold on. If there's 500 killers in my, I need my state. I don't need a lot of killers in Brownie, right? That doesn't mean that one of them did it in the example that Gary was giving. So no, you have to prove that that's right. I don't have to go chase after the red herring. You prove it. There you go. All right, let's go.
Around and calling us retarded, or instead of turning around and calling us conspiratards, like just prove it wrong. If it's bullshit, it should be very easy to prove wrong. The bad theories that get put out there, they're fairly easy to prove wrong. So again, like, we're allowed to be wrong. This is America. We have free speech. You are allowed.
I'm not required to prove you wrong, though. You have to prove that you're right in a court of law. If Gary right here accused me of doing some heinous crime, I don't have to prove that I didn't do it. Gary has to prove that I did do it. The burden of proof is on Gary making the claim, not on me. That's why we say you're innocent until proven guilty. I am innocent. So it doesn't matter what Gary says. It doesn't matter what we say about Tyler Robinson. If the state can't prove that he did it, Tyler Robinson is going to be out of jail. So we don't have to prove, Tyler Robinson doesn't have to prove that he didn't do it. All they got to do is prove that the evidence doesn't fit the crime, or the evidence isn't them, or whatever. But he doesn't have to prove that he didn't do it. That's why the prosecution goes first. Otherwise, it would be the defense going first. This is dumb.
To be wrong.
You know how I can make
like, I get that, but
do you know how
we need an open source investigation. I think, given everything that we've been through. I mean, I've said that many times.
Do you know how I can potentially trick you and ensure that you can never prove me wrong?
How?
Making a claim and presenting no evidence. There is no way that you could ever prove me wrong that I didn't see Bigfoot. You can't do it. There is no way that I can potentially right now prove that French Foreign Legion weren't here to kill Charlie Kirk, because I've never seen any evidence that I can go through and actually prosecute. When we just accept claims with
I have no evidence, and neither do you, to prosecute or convict Tyler Robinson.
The state of Utah does.
But we're not doing that. That's not our job. Our job is not to do it, either of those. Prosecute or convict. We're literally, that's the thing. Like, Cantifa people kind of forget the fact that we are just innocent bystanders. We are just people. That's why I keep saying, like, go outside and touch grass. Go deal with your own issues. Go wash your car. Go fold those laundry that's been in that dryer for 3 days, right? Go do something else, because you actually have a life, and your life is not going to be impacted by this. I know people want to try to make it, but it's not. If Tyler Robinson goes free, your life is not going to change. Tyler Robinson gets the death penalty, your life is going to stay exact same as it was before. Now, one thing is going to change. If Candace Owens falls off the face of the earth, you're still going to have to go pick your kids up from school on Monday. Like, I don't know why do we keep acting like this is life changing?
And
the
we
state
do
of
have
Utah says that they do. The state of Utah published in a charging document that they do. They've put out in news conferences that they do. But again, that's you taking the state at their word. And I am not willing to do that.
I'm not just taking them at their word. I'm not. We actually have evidence. We
But
know
actually in a trial.
You have no evidence that Tyler Robinson was the one on that rooftop.
We know that Tyler Robinson was at UVU when he should have been home 3.5 hours away. We know that. There's evidence of that.
You know, there were many students and visitors that were there that day that traveled from their homes that were on that campus that day to see Charlie.
And under your philosophy and your logic, we should investigate all of them just because they were there. Like just let's just do a 1,000-year investigation, and we should go through and dissect. And not only should we investigate them,
again,
we should do it publicly.
Again, you're insulting the intelligence and the rationality of your opposing side. Nope. We don't think that. We don't think that. There are people. Our side believes Tyler Robinson was involved in some way.
So if you believe Tyler Robinson was involved, why don't you believe that the maroon shirts were involved? Why are you not investigating maroon shirts? This logical, because this is just a logical hamster wheel. This is a logistical nightmare. Like, this is sad. Because he really isn't, he really does want to come across like he has a grip on this, and he doesn't.
Because his grandfather's gun was on the scene. There's DNA evidence that Tyler Robinson was there. There's camera and video evidence that Tyler Robinson was there. So obviously Tyler Robinson and the level of sketchiness of Tyler Robinson is significantly higher than many of the other people that were at the event that day. So it's not fair for you to say, like, let's look at everybody. Like, we're not, again, I reject the premise that our side has no rational discernment ability whatsoever.
I reject you. The other problem here is, now you see right there, he's making the claim that Tyler Robinson participated in it. In the beginning portion, and I probably should have started streaming it then, he was talking about, well, I believe Tyler Robinson participated in it, but he didn't work alone. What does that mean? He doesn't know what that means. He doesn't say, well, like, was he driven somewhere? Was he dropped on the roof from a helicopter? Nothing. It's just, hey, this is some crazy work, man.
I feel like, where we get in trouble.
Let's go back to the Israeli phones. You said there were Israeli phones that were detected there at UVU.
Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly there were.
Sure. How many of them were there?
I don't know the exact number. I believe that number is 12. I believe.
I think that's what I saw as well. So there's that. The way that we determine if something is unusual.
Well, okay, no, wait. Gary, I'm not giving this guy any room. Prove that there were 12 Israeli phones on campus. Prove it. Before we even get to what does that mean and all of that stuff, how do you know that there were 12 Israeli phones? I'll wait. That's what Gary needs to do. Gary needs to stop giving this guy duck and cover. I'm sorry.
Is we compare it to what normal is. And then we take, because this is how this matrix works. If you want to figure out if something is suspicious, it's usually unusual or odd behavior that stands out. So the first thing that we have to know is a baseline of information. What does normal look like? And then what we do is like, oh, over here outside of normal, I see 3-4 different things that look weird, that look suspicious, or just look weird. But out of those 3 things, there's only one thing that looks like it could be a threat to me or others. So now I've used this matrix to wean down and to filter through and say, hey, this is actually suspicious. So my first question would be, if somebody's like, oh my God, there's 12 Israeli phones. Okay, how many Israeli phones are on UVU campus on a normal day? I bet the number's not 0. I mean, the average number might be 15. But you're like, that's a data point. Okay, well, it's not a data point without more data.
100%. And again, when we're talking about
Gary is still treating this gentleman like he's a fair dealer. I need you to prove to me that there were 12 Israeli phones. I don't believe there's 12 Israeli phones. Prove it. What's your evidence? Because a lot of this is he's just saying it. And who cares? Like, we can still get to what's the veracity or what does that mean that there's 12 Israeli phones, 12 tribes of Judah. Oh, no. Oh, we can get into there. But you haven't proven to me that there were actually 12 phones yet. Prove to me that there was 12 phones. And see, what's the problem is he's taking Candace at her word. That's where the problem is. And so we have to hold their feet to the fire and say, well, no, we don't believe you. Prove it. Make them prove it. Because there he's going to be like, he's going to stumble because he's just taking Candace's word for it. That's the problem. Okay, let's go.
About the circumstantial evidence web. When you look at one individual thing, like the fact that there were 12 cell phones there that were registered or had Israeli, I don't know, locations or whatever it is.
Then if you don't know, then you don't know.
And then you couple that with the Egyptian planes that had flew into Provo prior to, and
you have nothing about that. He even said the Egyptian planes flew in 3 days earlier. Like, no, sir, we're not giving you anything. You have to prove everything that you say. You're saying it as if it's a guaranteed fact, and we don't know that. So therefore, because we don't know it's a fact, we're not going to give you any duck and cover.
Immediately after Charlie was assassinated,
well, they left
transponders came on at individually unique times that were that corresponded, I guess you can say, with the timing of the assassination, the morning of, and then I believe after once it landed. And then you have the surveillance planes that were going around and flying low right by UVU. Like, again, when you take into account the number of irregularities and circumstantial evidence, it then starts to create a web, which is what I'm talking about here, that I just believe needs to be taken seriously. That's all that I'm saying. Like, and again, that's,
if you took it seriously, then why don't you show us evidence that we too can take it seriously? Give us the objective evidence that we can look at and say, oh, yeah, you're right. Because you're just spouting it at the current moment. There's no reason to believe what you're saying is true at all. Shout out to Gary, man. Gary's holding it down. He's really put in the work, though. He's putting it in.
It's my opinion that it should be taken seriously. You might think that I'm an idiot for thinking that. And that's fine. You know what? Like, I'm fine being called an idiot. I'm fine for you thinking that I'm stupid. But ultimately what it comes down to it is that I feel like it's legit and I feel like it's valid. And I feel like this is a large portion of what Candace Owens has brought to the table.
I feel that's the problem. Nobody cares what you feel. Sir, where are the facts? Isn't it funny that Candace cut her teeth on, what is it? Facts don't care about your feelings, or facts over feelings, something like that. And look where we are now. That's crazy work.
And a lot of these alternative investigators, which I would say, thank God for people like them who have the balls to go at this, knowing that they're going to get persecuted and dragged through the mud and slandered and diagnosed for it. Because It's the same people that we're thankful for during
He's offended.
COVID. It's the same people.
No.
Like, thank Tucker Carlson for
No,
finding the
no,
evidence
no, no,
about,
no, no,
about
no,
Thomas
no, no,
Brooks.
hold on. There is
Again,
no
it's
equivalency. That is a false equivalency. Talking about
No, it's
people with
not.
COVID and calling out COVID versus Candace Owens, and I'll tell you why.
Election interference, that's another one. Another we could throw in there. All these things that they accuse people of being conspiracy theorists for. January 6th, and saying that there were the FBI wasn't involved in it at all, only to find that there actually were plainclothes agents in the crowd. Like, these were all conspiracies. These were all conspiracy theories for such a long time until they ended up being true.
Zach, the difference, because I believe those conspiracies too. Do you know why I believe them? Because there was evidence. I believe that it was a conspiracy of COVID because when they tell me, hey, you know what? If you take the jab, you're not going to get COVID, and you're not going to be able to spread it. And I see, oh, look, he took the jab, he spread it, he got it. Oh, that's a lie. Oh, by the way, you need to put this mask on. Well, I looked at this mask, and it's like it only covers down to like 3 microns, whereas actual virus is 1 micron. It does nothing. Oh, well, that's.
And were you called a retard by you would say the establishment side during those phases, and you ended up being right? So are you worried? Are you worried or concerned?
Argument.
Are you worried or concerned that you are
wrong?
Are you worried or concerned that you might be on the wrong side of this one?
No, I'm not, because I have evidence, and there's like unless you present to me evidence that overcomes this and all the other things that we know, I'm going to be right. Because we are going to have a trial, and you're going to be presented with all this evidence. And the only thing that the side of you people are on, are you're going to be able to say it's all fake. And you will, not you necessarily, but many people like, oh, they created it all. It's all fake.
I think Gary, and again, I like having conversations with people that I disagree with. I would keep this right here, right at Zach. And I would say, Zach, you're going to probably say this. You are going to say that it's fake. You are going to say it's made up. You aren't going to believe the charging. Well, you don't believe the charging documents already. I would keep hammering Zach. I'm going to keep going right at Zach. That's what I believe he should do.
It's not real. The parents I literally debated somebody last night. He said the parents are in on it. The defense team's in on it. Cash Patel's in on it. Trump's in on it. Like thousands of people are in on this thing. And you're just going to completely dismiss. Because the other thing that we always heard is like, nope, Tyler Robinson isn't going to make it to the trial. He's going to be killed, which is actually logical. Like if you have this conspiracy, why keep him around? Why not kill him? Why did they find Robinson alive if this is some big conspiracy? Put him in a car, make it look like he, unalived himself, and then complete the picture. Like
like a JFK or like an Epstein files type of thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, this shit happens. Like I think that's just the whole point. And I guess when it comes down to it for me, like here's the thing. Like you said that when all this comes out, I will be right. And I guess that's where, with you and also too, like with Andrew Wilson, like I guess my argument is like, I don't care if I'm right.
You do,
like,
though. Yes, you do.
But I'm not trying to assert any conclusion in this conversation or from this.
That is not true. He is making a ton of conclusions and a ton of assertions. He wants to be right. And we know that, or he wouldn't be debating it. If he didn't want to be right, he'd be talking about Starfleet Academy. He's not talking about Starfleet Academy because he wants to be right.
Entire investigation in general. Like, I just think it's important to look at all angles. And one of the things that has just driven me crazy with regard to Candace Owens in particular is the fact that early on, she was coming out with very, what I thought, good and valuable, truthful information. And the attacks and the slander that took place early on against her were completely unfair and completely made up. There was legitimately a coordinated attempt to slander every word that was coming out of her mouth at the time. And that's actually caused me to actually pay attention to what she was saying, because her claims were proven to be true. Her claims were proven to be true during that time. And there were individuals who were just trying to slander and shut her down for the things that she was saying.
Does Candace Owens have an impact, and do you have an impact on the way that people perceive the world and determine what truth, just truth and like even the political trajectory of this country?
Yeah, I think every person does to some extent. Yeah.
So therefore, I agree. And I agree that people are going to be impacted by what I say. And so for us to just say, like, we can just come up with all this stuff that has no evidence, we put that out, you are going to end up brainwashing people. Even because here's the thing, there might have been people that's, whatever it is. Like, Candace can say something today and she didn't back that up with any sort of facts. It could be completely wrong. And then she changes her mind or even puts out a mea culpa later on. But these people are impacted because it was, and whatever they believe, like, I don't know, like maybe she told them they shouldn't vote. And then later on, she changes that. Well, like, she had a duty and responsibility to fact check this stuff, to make sure that it's backed by evidence before you just put it out there. And what your claim is like, I'm thankful that people are just putting out confusing information.
Not my opinion. No. I don't think all information is helpful with regard to this. I don't. There's been some bad information that I think has been harmful. And I'll see, like, our side, I would say that there are examples of that.
Okay.
What are the examples,
there's
Zach?
numerous examples of that.
Yes,
now
examples.
I agree with you.
Now that we've moved to, well, I'm going to get to that. Let's open up a whole other can of worms politically. But the fact is like, people should care about how factual, and the way that we determine whether or not something is factual is we back it by evidence. And the idea that we could just claim, like, oh, because this is the logical leap, because there was a Egyptian plane and there were people that got off the Egyptian plane, now I think that they actually killed Charlie Kirk. Like, that is a dumb, freaking illogical leap to conclusion without any additional information. It's freaking retarded.
I would ask him to believe that.
Like, no. I saw them put on a ghillie suit and I saw them wearing clothes and I tracked them over there. Then we have something to talk about, because that's not the only plane that landed. That's not the only people that came from out of town. There might have been 5 Iranians that showed up that day. And guess what? We should investigate them, but we don't even know about them. But because the data points out there, like, but it doesn't change anything. Even if those Egyptian planes were there, even if those Egyptian planes were military contractors, from your mind, you're like, that is.
If he can't show me the Egyptian plane data, I'm not giving him that the Egyptian planes existed. I'm not even giving it to him. Show me the evidence. I'm sorry. He don't want to debate me, because all I'm gonna ask him to do is show his proof. Show your homework. We're not gonna have a conversation till you show your homework. This is a situation where you have to define terms, and he doesn't have terms. Egyptian plane, show me what an Egyptian plane is. Show me the data that shows that an Egyptian plane was in this place that you're saying. I need to see it. Email it to me, jwitt@jwitt.com. We're not going to, I'm sorry. This guy does not, it's a straw man argument out of this world. Absolutely. This is crazy work.
Really suspicious. No, it's not suspicious, because it probably happens all the time. There's Egyptian people and Egyptian planes in this country all the time. And just because they happen to be over here that is a data point. It's not even correlation. It's definitely not causation.
What
doesn't happen every day is,
I don't know.
What doesn't happen every day is the assassination of a high-profile political figure whose opinion and whose influence has tremendous impact on the youth of America. So that is something that does not happen every day. And then when you have these irregularities that occur around this event, everything is worth looking into, as far as I'm concerned. With regard
that's
to
the dumb part.
What's the limit? And how do you determine everything?
The limit would be the lead ends up to be false or has nothing to do with the assassination. Like, for example, the hatch underneath. It looks extremely unlikely that any assassin popped up under the hatch and shot Charlie Kirk. Would you agree?
Underneath.
Would you?
How do you know, though? How do you know?
Would you agree that it's? Would you agree that it was weird that the patio and the crime scene was covered up fairly quickly right after?
Nope.
You would think that after a high-profile assassination, they would leave that just kind of set for a while. I understand UVU wants to get back to business, but they also just failed to protect Charlie Kirk. So I feel like you kind of lose the right to get back to business.
Let me counter that. Let me counter that.
I don't know why I can't.
Because here's what could have happened. Can we agree that there was blood that was in the sod on that grass?
I
have pictures of it.
Maybe there was. Okay.
Definitely blood in the grass.
If you have a picture, then I've never seen those pictures, so I don't know. I don't know if I can answer that question.
I'll find it and I'll send it to you. Like, it's reasonable to assume that there was blood in the grass, right?
Yeah, the only reason I hesitate there is because like it's not like there was that much blood, which I understand. I watched your method of how they plugged it, whatever. Like
I
don't know where the blood went from there. So
what they would have to do, and would be standard operating procedure every time, is they would have to cut that blood out of the grass. All right, and they could have did. And by the way, it was the school. And just so we're clear on what happened.
Yeah, for
So
environmental reasons and health
FBI
reasons and stuff like that.
No, it was already on the list. They were already going to pave it. That was the thing. It wasn't about environmental. It wasn't biohazard. It had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. They were already going to pave it. It just so happened out of a weird circumstances that this is the time that it was supposed to happen. But it wasn't because of Charlie Kirk. It was already scheduled to happen.
Yeah, the FBI and Utah State, and
we got it tonight. We got it.
This with people on the ground. They secured that entire location. They had all of UVU completely locked down for 3 days straight. Large teams working there 24/7 to process that scene. Once the FBI and the state of Utah determined that they had collected all forensic evidence possible, and they were done with that, they turned it back over to UVU. UVU was the one that determined that they were going to redo that area. They would have had to have cut grass out of there for sure. Now, number one, just if they had just cut the grass out, just that, what your side would be saying is they removed evidence. All right. And on top of that, like, what do you want?
I would say they're collecting evidence, but all right. I mean,
even if it wasn't involved in evidence whatsoever, I don't think that the FBI, like, I'm sure there was some blood and things like that was around that area. There's probably some spatter and things like that UVU might be concerned about. I don't know. But
these agencies have the ability. They have PR teams that can literally clarify these things. Like if it's like, oh, we cut out a piece of the side because there was blood on it and we needed to investigate that. People
I'm not even saying. Look, if
we don't get that level of openness, we get bullshit statements instead. No, all right, go ahead.
If there's a homicide,
so my plan was to watch the Andrew Wilson debate that Zach had yesterday. I have it queued up already. I already got it queued up, but I was watching this and I said, oh man, this is really interesting. And I think it'll give us an opportunity to kind of get like a running start into the Andrew Wilson. So that's why we're watching this. So yes, I got the Andrew. Everybody keeps saying, can we watch the Andrew Wilson? I got the Andrew Wilson for you. I got you. Lisa, I got you. Amethyst, I got you. Everybody just type, I got you in the chat. Like type it, I got you. All right. Like, I'm gonna watch this a little bit more. I was hoping that this would be over too. That was the other thing. I was like, oh, let me just watch this until it gets over. But look, they're going an extra
in your house, and there is biological material all over the place. All right. Whoever is going to come investigate that. Are they responsible for cleaning up the mess?
I have it. I got it. I got it queued up for you.
It's going to be UVU. So there could potentially be like, oh, blood, other things like that. They have to get up and get out of there for biological reasons and just clean up. Like there's going to be some difference to that scene. The other thing that I wouldn't want and you wouldn't want is like the FBI and SBI, Utah SBI came here. They did a forensic analysis. What I don't want is you and Gary and Candace Owens out there with a freaking metal detector 24/7, pretending that we have some sort of investigatory authority and ability.
Because you know they would.
Is that what you want? Is that what they should have done? They should have left it open so everybody that thinks they're a freaking sleuth should come out there and pull up grass and look for like, oh, I found a piece of metal. Oh, I found a piece of metal. This must be a bullet. This must be something else. Like, you're just opening the door.
You're the one that went to UVU, not me. So
I'm with you.
Hey, I think, I know you've been a smart aleck, Zach, but why did you not go to UVU? Sorry. Why didn't you go?
And guess what?
The FBI has the ability to block off the crime scene. Like they could be like, all right, we're gonna send guys there. Nobody's accessing this. They can shut off access to it. You know this. And
it was still access was still shut off.
They were done.
When I went there, that the entire paved area was roped off. But it's not unreasonable to say, you know what? We got to cut up some sod anyhow. They're all done with the investigation. Nobody should be over here investigating. There's nothing left. It's been completely processed by actual professionals that have been given and granted the authority to do that. And so, you know what? We're just going to remake the scene a little bit so it's not so traumatic for everybody else. That's reasonable. I mean, that is completely reasonable. If I had blood all over my wall because of a homicide,
you can tell Zach realizes that this is looking at his face, you can tell he knows that what Gary's saying makes sense. He just wants to be contrary. I'm sorry. He just doesn't. This is brainwashing.
You know what? Not only am I going to cut all that stuff out, but I'm probably going to put a different paint, a coat of paint. It may do a little remodeling, so it's not as traumatic for me. Like, it's completely reasonable. You can point to it and you can say they shouldn't have done that. Well, yeah, they should have. You would have done that if there was some high-profile crime that took place in your yard, and you thought that people were going to come over here and pretend that they're detectives. Every wine mom out there, like, oh yeah, I'm part of the Candace investigation agency. I need access to your yard, and I need to get in here and look through here. I brought a metal detector and a shovel and a sifter, an entire team of people. Like, it's to say that that's unreasonable is ridiculous. You can have the argument, well, maybe they covered up evidence. Okay, fine. But to pretend like hair's on fire, freaking out like, oh my God, they corrupted the scene. No, the scene was done.
The scene is crazy.
Everybody that was going to collect actual evidence has been there.
Right.
When you have a high profile assassination, okay, you're making the argument, it's of your opinion that it wasn't within a reasonable time frame that they cleaned up the scene. I'm looking at a high profile assassination with irregularities, which the former director of national counterterrorism just said could have potentially had foreign links that I don't think justified a 3-day cleanup with regard to the
well, he
crime
didn't say
scene.
that.
He said there were leads that needed to be pursued regarding a potential foreign nexus or involvement.
He has said nothing about the investigation itself that he has not alluded to that.
No, Tyler Robinson he hasn't.
He hasn't alluded that Tyler Robinson isn't guilty. He hasn't alluded to any bad detective work. He hasn't alluded. What he said is there were other things that we could pursue.
Leads that should have been pursued. Leads that should have been pursued. Yeah,
sure. And guess what? He's not in charge of investigations.
He's in charge of gathering the intelligence and the evidence to present to the FBI to point them in the right direction.
Sure.
So I think it's even worse that you have the investigative authority that receives the information, the intelligence from their party responsible for finding it, and then saying that they're not going to pursue it because they think it's irrelevant.
He's never even stated
that as a problem.
That it was any sort. He said, it could be one of those.
So I'm gonna cut this one, because Zach, I feel like Zach is just not listening, and it's getting a little frustrating because I really want Gary. I don't think Zach is listening because I don't think that Gary's being unreasonable. What Gary's saying makes sense. Now, again, you can disagree with it, but you can at least concede like, okay, that makes sense. I got you. But he doesn't. He's not listening to it. He's just going with something else now. Now we're talking about another piece of information. That's the problem with this wine mom investigation and, Michelob Light dad investigation process is that you just throw anything in the mix at all. Like, oh, there's a silver Yeti. Let me throw it into the mix. Oh, there's a wayward shoe. Let me throw it in the mix. Everything gets thrown into this, and it doesn't make sense. Remind him that Utah owns the case, not the FBI. Gary has said it, and sadly, I think because Zach has said it several times, I think Gary has just accidentally restated something that wasn't true. But Gary has said it already, so it's just a matter of, I think it's just a slip up. Yeah, I mean, this guy's, and Gary said it, man. Gary said, like, look, there's enough evidence in the charging documents. I think earlier, good gracious, like around 2:00 or so, he said, in my time, he said, hey, if it's in the charging documents, it's going to be shown as evidence. So everything that's in the charging documents, so if you go read the charging documents, they kind of give you what's going to be shown as evidence. Because if they bring it up, it's got to be shown. Got you. That makes perfect sense. So that being the case, like, and he's like, well, maybe they'll make it up, or maybe it won't be real. Like, dude, you are wild, man. This poor guy is he's very disappointing, I have to admit. Shout out. I'm gonna stop that because actually they didn't have much longer anyway. Looks like Gary got done with him and kind of booted him, and Gary's reading supers now. So I think he ended that and then kind of moved on. Because he was tired of him. He was tired of my guy. So let's do this. Let's go ahead. Shout out to the best live channel on the internet. DNL did not listen or does not listen. I like that as well. Thank y'all, everybody who's jumped in. We're going to watch the Andrew Wilson and Zach Castillo debate from yesterday or the day before. And I want to get your thoughts on it, of course. I'm going to try to let it just run and not do a lot of interaction or stopping. But, you know, I try it all the time and I end up lying. So pray for your boy. Anyway,
we're going to bring in Andrew Wilson here. Let's bring him onto the stage. Well, Andrew, we haven't met before, but welcome to the Zach Costello show. I appreciate you coming on. I give us, I guess you can say, a starting point. Give us kind of a starting point of where you are with
those weren't the problem. So here's the problem with this topic. Anytime I try to talk to somebody who has any level of influence, who is regurgitating any of the nonsense, they can't actually tell me what they're alleging. Like, they can't ever tell me, like, here's what we're actually alleging. So inside of, if we're gonna make comparisons of theories, do you agree that some theories are superior to other theories, right? Even in science, this is true. There's a term that we use for this called theoretical virtues. Theoretical virtues are the things inside of a theory which makes the theory more or less, essentially good to use for the purpose of discovering or utilizing information or things like this, right? Now, that there's more to it than that, but I think for the purpose of the conversation, just kind of expressing that is good enough. So the first thing is, I actually want to know what's even being alleged. Like, what is actually even being alleged by your side? Do you even have claims, or is it just we just want to ask more questions? Like, what is the actual allegation here?
Sure. So I think
and what I'm saying here, and he's not saying it directly, but this is defining terms. Really, he needs to. He's defining term. Who? This is from. I don't know if you're talking about Zach. You're talking about Andrew, but I think Andrew's going to do a great job of this. So let's see how he teases it out.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm not exactly sure who my side would constitute. I think it would
be like you, Ian Carroll, Candace Owens, people who are in agreement with what are considered alternative facts, or they don't agree with government facts that are being released, or various things like this. That would be your side. Sure. What are you guys alleging?
That Tyler Robinson was not the lone wolf shooter or assassin in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Okay, now that's a huge claim, right? Do you agree with that?
I think it is a huge claim, because that's what we're being told by the current mainstream narrative FBI.
Mm-hmm. So because that's a huge claim, I think that I have every business, since this is a claim going against all state investigatory evidence, which they've released, I have every business in the world holding your feet to the fire on that claim. And you would have the burden, the overwhelming burden, to release really good evidence for your.
Let me stop for a second. Y'all, who did this to me? Who did this to me? Who told me to watch this doggone thing? You know what it was? It was Ben. Y'all put Ben in the chat. Ben, I'm putting Ben in 0-second timeout. I'm putting Ben in 0 second. Y'all put Ben in the chat. Every time Ben's name shows up, we're going to put him in another second timeout. This is exactly what we need. Now watch this. He is holding Zach's feet to the fire for evidence. Why was Zach over here on Gary's channel acting like he had never heard the word evidence before? Y'all put Ben's name in the chat. Look at the demeanor. Look at the demeanor of Zach between Gary and Andrew. Zach was more over the top with Gary. And that's true. That's true. I think personally, Melinda, Gary should have put him on mute. I'm sorry. He should have muted him, because some of it was just out of control, out of pocket. But even more than that, Andrew Wilson, I don't think he's going to raise his voice. Gary's passionate. I ain't mad at Gary. Gary's going to do Gary. That's my guy. No question about it. So however you do you do you. Hey, y'all saw me sometimes. I show out. So, but Andrew seems extremely laid back. Extremely laid back.
Claim. So if it is your claim that Tyler Robinson was not the shooter of Charlie Kirk, give me the demonstration of evidence which would be convincing to the alternative.
Sure. So okay. So let's clarify some words here. So when I say lone, I should clarify and say not necessarily lone shooter.
When somebody starts backing up like this and starts kind of doing a little jig, you know that you got him hurt. You already know you got him hurt. You already know that jab, that uppercut, that hurt him. And we see this now. He's on his unicycle. He back.
I understand there are many people who are skeptical that Tyler Robinson did or did not take the shot that actually killed Charlie Kirk.
What do you believe?
The lone actor, I think, is probably where I align most questionable. I think that the evidence.
What is that? Wait, hang on. I'm sorry.
I don't think Tyler Robinson
let me back up.
This out. I don't think
Did Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk or not? Let's start with that. Did he kill him or not?
I don't know. I guess
okay,
I don't
know.
I don't know whether he did or not. I mean, there's a trial that needs to take place.
Okay, so do you see how we're getting into
evidence that
you see how that's ambiguous though? Like, what are we actually claiming here? Because before it was he's not the lone wolf shooter. Now it's I'm not sure if he shot him or not. The state says that he shot him.
That he's got him. He got him hurt. He got him hurt, y'all. We should. You know what? We should superimpose a boxing match over here because at the current moment, Andrew has already come out and stunned this guy in the first round, and he is already wobbling. It's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long night.
Are you refuting that or not refuting that?
I'm skeptical of that.
What does that mean?
I don't think
Andrew is my nephew, y'all. Andrew is my dude. I like him. Hey, he's got some flaws as a human, like we all do. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I like the fact that he said, "What does that mean? What does that mean?"
You can say, I don't think you. How can you say definitively that Tyler Robinson absolutely killed Charlie Kirk and is the shooter?
Because he's in jail.
When you say definitive, when you say, Andrew, can you definitively say that? I can't definitively say Superman's logically impossible. Like I can't definitively say that.
Okay,
but pragmatically, I can say pragmatically, right? Superman is impossible. When we're discussing this, I want to know specifics. If we're
okay, can I take a quick second? Can I take a quick station break? Is that okay? I want to tell you what is and I've watched now, Zach. I watched a good portion of this debate, and I watched a lion's share of him with Gary. And I believe I know what the problem is with Zach. Okay. I'm gonna just take a quick moment, green hearts, if that's okay for me to take just a quick moment to explain what the problem is with Zach. Because I really believe this will help you out a lot. Okay. Here it is. And you all know that I like comic books, right? And you may or you may not know this, but your boy used to have a pretty robust comic book collection, okay? One of the things that happens in comic books over the years is they have to do a reset. The reason they do a reset, or what's called a reboot, sometimes it's called a soft reboot, but the reason they do that is because they've had so many writers over the years come in and interpret. Let me use Batman as an example. They have so many writers come in and reimagine and reinterpret Batman that the canon of who Batman is becomes crazy. And people are like, is it Bruce Wayne? Is it Dick Grayson? Is it, somebody else? And so they just kind of reset the whole universe and start over again. Well, they did this so much in the 90s that, and there were good stories that came out of it, that Marvel came up with this idea called the What If universe. And it was just this crazy universe where they would sit around and just make up stories. Well, what if Spider-Man was a girl? What if they would just throw crazy things into the mix. What if the Joker became Batman? Just crazy things. And sometimes they worked and they would actually make a story out of it. And some of the What If universe is bonkers. And DC has had their equivalent. It was called Elseworlds. And if you've ever heard us joke about the multiverse, if you've ever heard us joke about that, it's because from comic books is where it came from. And they would have like little, okay, on one Earth, there's a black Batman. On the other Earth, there's a Batman that literally is a bat. And I mean, they would make up all of these stories, and they would have all of these different Earths, all of these different universes. Well, when I'm looking at Zach right here, Zach seems like he's caught in the what if universe. He's like, well, what if this happened? Well, what? And you don't have to prove it. You just say it. And you know, in the comic books, if you say it, it creates a new world. So if I said that in another world, there's a Jason that has hair. Well, somewhere there's a universe that now has populated with a Jason that has hair, right? There's in other world, there's a Jason that is a much better podcaster than he is today. Well, guess what? Now there's another world. So Zach really is falling for what I truly believe. There's the communist Batman. That's where communist Batman came from. He's an Elseworld. Yeah, you know about Elseworlds. And I mean, and some of them are funny. Some of them are really good. I mean, hey, I like the Western DC one. It's pretty cool. I like the Red Sun Superman. It's not bad, okay? But you get my point, is that they're different worlds. And then you can throw out new ideas. And what if Superman was Injustice? I love Injustice universe. It's a great storyline. It's an Elseworld. And so Zach, in my opinion, is stuck in that, where he just literally just keeps throwing out Elseworld ideas, and they're not founded on anything. So I think it was interesting that Andrew said something about Superman, because I believe I'm not saying Zach reads comic books, but if he told me he read comic books, I would not be surprised. Let me bring this back in, y'all. Thank y'all for listening to my little rant. Let's go. Green Arts in the chat, you can hear.
If you're not claiming that Robinson was the sole actor, that's a different claim than Tyler Robinson didn't shoot Charlie Kirk. So let's be very specific. If you're claiming that Tyler Robinson did not shoot Charlie Kirk, and the state is claiming that Robinson did shoot Charlie Kirk, what evidence would you be able to present which is better than the evidence of the state for that claim? Let's start there.
Okay, there's a few things that we can bring up as far as Tyler Robinson not acting alone as the lone wolf, shooter or actor in the Charlie Kirk assassination. So,
wait, hang on. That's not what I'm asking, though. The first thing
Yo, Andrew is not playing games. Andrew did not come to play games with this man. He did not come to play patty cake with this man at all. He said, that's not what I said. That's why I think this quote unquote debate was only 2 hours, and his debate with Gary was almost 4. That's why I think it was, because Andrew wasn't playing with his emotions.
I'm asking about,
that's what I'm claiming.
What is your evidence? Okay, so you're not actually claiming Tyler Robinson didn't shoot Charlie Kirk?
Again, it's innocent until proven guilty. I don't know if Tyler Robinson or not. What I believe.
Okay.
Why don't we just say that? Why don't we just say this? I believe that Tyler Robinson could have taken the shot. I'd like to see, there are definitely questions that I want to see in trial, that I think that I hope come out, like especially with regard to the video surveillance of him or whoever it was walking up the stairwell on the day of the assassination. We only have still pictures of that. I personally don't think that
so you're not claiming that he didn't do it.
I am not making the
and hold on, I see a good comment right here. I'm gonna hold on for a second. Notice what I said with Gary. Don't bring a whole team in. Don't impugn the whole team. We know Cantifa's crazy. Andrew is asking him, do you believe this? What do you believe? That's why Zach is squirming. That is exactly why Zach is looking like, looking like his teacher told him it was a spelling test. Because he's not prepared to answer what he believes. He just wants to throw out what Elseworld stories. What ifs? What if Injustice Batman? Y'all know I love Injustice Batman. Shout out right here. Wait, where's that comment? Sorry about that. So many of the comments on this video are like Andrew curses and smokes too much. LOL, not much substance to the argument at all. I wish Andrew didn't smoke too. I wish he didn't cuss. You know what? He's got a really interesting backstory, and I don't like it. But you know what? I can't take away from him that he's about to drag this man into the deepest depths and tie a millstone around his neck and tell him bon voyage. You can't take that away from him. So whether he's smoking, okay, if he cusses, okay, I don't like it. But I can't tell you can't say that this man is not going to drag that boy into that deep water, though. That's what you can't do.
Claim that I definitively believe that Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so you believe that it's very possible that Tyler Robinson did kill Charlie Kirk?
I believe it's possible. Yes.
No. Well, okay. Unlikely.
One of my main
is it
issues,
unlikely?
though, is,
like what? You see what I mean by like I can't. It's always ambiguous. Like,
but it's not. It's
if
not
I'm trying to drive down on this. Is it your belief that it's more likely he did or more likely he didn't?
Andrew,
Maybe we can start there.
I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical
of your skepticism. I'm skeptical of your skepticism. Great. That doesn't get us anywhere. I want to know specifically what the claim is. Is it more likely that he killed him or not?
Can you tell me if you believe Tyler Robinson definitively killed Charlie Kirk?
Right now, all of the evidence which has been presented shows that that's the stronger narrative. Yes.
Do you think that Tyler Robinson acted alone in the planning and coordination to kill Charlie Kirk?
According to the evidence presented so far by both sides, the state's making a much more compelling evidence that yes, he did.
So you don't believe that George Zinn, who acted as a decoy in the immediate aftermath, was a part of that coordinated plan? You don't believe the Discord chatter
hang on.
Going beforehand had anything to do
I'm going to grant all of the shit that you just said. I'm just going to grant all of it. I want to see the evidence that he didn't shoot him. What is it?
I'm here for Andrew's. I'm here for it. Real quick. I'm just to help you out. This is the problem with Zach. And it's Proverbs 10, verse 19. When words are many, transgression is not lacking. But whoever restrains his lips is prudent. The fact is, Zach won't just say yes or no. You know, the scripture says, let your yea be yea and your nay be nay, because anything else is from the evil one. And Zach won't just say, yeah, I believe that. I believe that. I need more evidence, but I believe that. I think most of us, I believe Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Jason Whitaker believes that. Now, I'm waiting for it to be found to be true. And if it's not, then I'll be like, okay, well, I guess he didn't do it. They didn't find him guilty. They didn't have enough evidence to find him guilty. That's it. But see, Zach won't just say yay or yay, nay or nay. That's the problem. So shout out to Andrew is giving him that word.
What did you say? Sorry.
What's the evidence that Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk? What is it?
So the evidence that Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
People would argue that.
I'm asking for your argument, not people's.
Yes.
Yeah. People would say the 30-06 not having an exit wound would be one of the main sources of evidence that.
Is that what you believe, though?
Tyler Robinson did not take the shot with that specific weapon. But that's not a claim that necessarily I'm not going to hinge my entire opinion on that specific point. Is it unlikely?
Okay, great. Okay, hang on. Great. Okay, so you're saying you're not even sure about that. So what would be the compelling evidence that you would be using that would compel you past the state's evidence to say that the state would be incorrect about Tyler Robinson having pulled the trigger on Charlie Kirk? What specific things? What?
The specific things that would look, I believe, and I think that it's very likely.
Okay, again, I don't know much, and I will admit, let me real big screen myself. I admit, I don't know a whole lot about Andrew Wilson. I've maybe watched one debate of his, and it was compelling. I really did like it. I don't know a lot about him, so please don't come at your boy. All right, don't come at me. Does he make a profession that he's a Christian? I don't know, because the reason I want to know that is because it seems to me that Andrew Wilson is applying what Jesus said on the Mount, on the Sermon on the Mount, in Matthew 5:37, where he said, let what you say be simple, yes or no. Anything more than this comes from evil. And it seems like Andrew is holding his feet to the fire, and he's doing an outstanding job. Now, somebody just said he's orthodox. Okay. I mean, we probably have a conversation about that, but you know what? I'm giving him, hey, he is cooking. He is flambeing Zachary right now. Okay. I don't know how you like your Zachary cooked, but Chef Andrew is going to prepare him exactly like you like him, because it is getting bad up in here. It's getting bad.
That Tyler Robinson could have killed Charlie Kirk. I'm not necessarily making the argument that he did not. My main concern, Andrew, my main concern is that this is bigger than just Tyler Robinson. That is my main concern. If Tyler Robinson did take the shot, and I say if he did, because it's innocent until proven guilty, then this is a kid who was radicalized very quickly within 6 months leading up to the assassination.
Yeah, that's very
radicalized by what? Radicalized by what? What group? Radicalized by the right? Radicalized by MAGA? Conservatism. What was he radicalized by? See, I like Andrew knows where he's going though. Andrew already knows where he's going. I just got some questions.
Very, very common with transgender shooters.
It came out immediately in the media by mainstream media figures that there were foreign links to potentially the SLC armed queers group that had
SLC armed queers group. Is that a MAGA group? Is that the Young Republicans? Like, what group is that? I'm just wondering, because it just seems like they're not getting any smoke. He's now mentioned transgender. He's now mentioned queers, and none of them are getting any smoke. It's the Republicans and the Conservative Party that's getting smoke. Okay.
Chatter about the assassination prior to me, that's very solid evidence that has come out in mainstream media sources that this is bigger than just Tyler Robinson, and he was not just the lone actor in this assassination case. I align very much so with Joe Kent, who, obviously served.
Hang on. You were saying all of this before there was ever a Joe Kent saying anything.
No, I know. But ultimately Joe Kent has now come out and almost verified many of the concerns that I've had, especially with regard to this assassination.
Okay. What do you think that Joe Kent verified?
That there are potential links to this being bigger than just Tyler Robinson, that the lone wolf narrative is not true.
That's not what Joe Kent said.
He said that there are leads that could potentially lead to
potential, maybe, not sure,
that he thinks should be pursued.
Yeah, but that's not evidence of anything. Nothing.
Well, you're right. It's not evidence.
It's not evidence of anything. It's just so Joe Kent's entire narrative is that the investigation was turned over to Utah. That was it. And Utah thought it was pretty open and shut. That was basically what he said. They thought it was open and shut. If the state thought it was open and shut, why? Because they had the weapon, they had the suspect, they had all the text, they had the fingerprint on the rifle, they had everything that you could ever want and then some. So they said, well, the case, it's like finding a person standing over the body with the knife and the blood and the fingerprints on the knife. And that's how the state sees it. So you can endlessly investigate something, I suppose, but why? What are we investigating here? What is it that you think should be investigated? You say there's foreign links, but Joe Kent never named what those foreign links are.
Facts.
Right? He was told to stop wasting taxpayer resources by trying to pursue that because there was no reason to pursue that. Joe Kent also is a guy who he's only been with the Trump administration for less than a year, I believe, before all of this happened. Okay. He was, essentially the guy is a decorated war veteran. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And I understand him going with his conscience when it came to the Iran war. But he did not give you any new evidence to support any of your theories here. Nothing.
Wow.
He didn't necessarily give any evidence, but what he encouraged was the idea that, again, that the concerns that many of us have are in fact legitimate. Well,
no, he didn't. That's a lie. Like, you're just lying. He didn't actually give any evidence which would show that your concerns are legitimate. That's
There you go.
literally not true. I don't even know why you would say that.
That
It
he
is
expressed
actually factually not true that
that
Joe
he
Kent
expressed
gave
his own
any
concerns.
evidence.
It's a lie. Why would you say that? Why would you lie to me? Oh man, Andrew, that's crazy work. Andrew, I'm gonna have to send you a That's Crazy Work hoodie. I'm telling you. Put them cigarettes down. I'm gonna send you a That's Crazy Work hoodie, Andrew. Andrew is not playing with this man's emotions. He is not.
That he expressed his
no,
own
hang on.
concerns.
Let me make the point.
Okay.
It is not, in fact, the case that Joe Kent validated any concerns of yours or Candace's or Ian Carroll's with evidence of any kind whatsoever. So where's the validation that he just feels this way? That's the validation. I just feel that way. Is that the validation, dude?
No, he said in the interview with Mark Levin that there is evidence that he was not able to share because it was classified.
Oh, well, that's really convenient. But so no evidence then. Again.
No evidence.
Why? I guess.
So hang on, I just want to make sure I got this right. So you're saying no evidence, right? That's what you're actually saying?
Come on,
No,
hold his feet.
I'm not saying.
Okay,
there's
so
no
what's the
evidence.
evidence?
I'm saying
What's
there's
the
no
evidence that
we
he
have
gave?
access to? I'm
So
saying
what's
there's no
the-
evidence that we have access to.
Then you don't have evidence.
Well, okay.
Come on.
Neither do you. You don't have any evidence that.
Yeah,
Tyler
well, no,
Robinson
I do.
killed Charlie Kirk.
I have the evidence that the state has released thus far.
Okay.
You have a counterclaim to the state. You have a burden of evidence now, too, to refute the state. You saying I don't have access to evidence that the state has access to is not an argument for your evidence. What you just got done saying is you don't have any evidence for your claim, and Joe Kent didn't give you any. Unless he did, and if he did, show it to me.
Are you concerned that?
Hang on, show me the evidence Joe Kent gave. Or did he give none? I want to make that clear.
Good night.
Joe Kent spoke about evidence that he was referring to that was not made public.
Okay, so no evidence. Got it.
So are you not concerned at all about what Joe Kent has brought?
Let your yays be yay. Let your yay be yay. And your nays be nay. That's the King James Version. Let what you say be simple, yes or no. Anything more than this comes from evil. Andrew is
Brought
living it
forward
out
with
over
regard to
here.
how the investigation was handled behind the scenes?
There was nothing he said which was particularly compelling from my position. So what all Joe Kent said was, and by the way, you're in this is party politics that you're diving into. Joe Kent was walking away from what he considered a moral situation with Trump and Iran. So because of that, he's doing a media tour. He's being asked about all sorts of other things. In this particular case, he did not leave the administration over what happened with Charlie Kirk, because it must not have affected him nearly as badly, at least from a moral foundational perspective, as the Iran thing did. So he didn't seem like he was particularly upset about it. It seemed like he was just answering questions about it. Now, a lot of people are running with this as though he gave some sort of compelling evidence. You just got done saying, in fact, that your intuitions are now validated because of Joe Kent, when in fact, you just then admitted that you have no new evidence to present from Joe Kent. And so
I
it's
would
like,
say,
how
I
are
would say
you
that my
validated?
concerns align with Joe Kent's concerns. Ultimately, is the I think the best way that I would say it.
Well, I'm glad
Charlie
you're
Kirk's
all
name got brought up.
You're
Can
all
I
very
let me make a point?
Go ahead.
Charlie Kirk's name got brought up because Charlie Kirk and Joe Kent overlapped in the White House, and Charlie was adamantly telling him to not go to war with Iran. So that's the connection there of how that came up in the Tucker Carlson interview was.
I agree. I watched the interview. The thing is, though, is that you don't have any new evidence to validate any of these positions or intuitions. You just saying that you guys all have concerns together is nice, right? I'm concerned, they're concerned, the guy over there is concerned. But this is the problem with all of your claims, is that they're very vague, they're very ambiguous. And when we get to hyper specifics, when you say things like this validates my position, and then say, but it gives no new evidence for my position, I don't understand how your position is then more validated by it.
Okay.
I don't actually understand that.
Can I go through? Let me go through a couple points that I guess provide backing to my argument that this could be bigger, that I think is likely bigger than just Tyler Robinson. Can I do that for you?
Sure.
Okay.
But do one piece at a time.
Okay. Let's start with the day of and the basics. So George Zinn, the man who acted as the decoy, who said that, who as
What does that
shots
mean?
rang out, he stood up and
No,
said,
hang on. What does that
he
mean?
was the shooter.
Right.
He stood up in the immediate aftermath of Charlie being shot and said that he was the shooter. And when he was receiving medical attention, and I can find the source on this, he informed the individual that was treating him that he was paid to do so.
Okay.
So that is pretty solid evidence that
No, it's not. So let's.
Okay, I'm gonna back this up. Y'all know I do this all the time. I'm gonna back this up just a little smidgen because I love how Andrew said, okay, and let that silent pause. I told you he's gonna drag this boy into some deep waters. He's fitting him for the millstone already.
Your position is then more validated by it.
Okay.
I don't actually understand that.
Can I go through? Let me go through a couple points that I guess provide backing to my argument that this could be bigger, that I think is likely bigger than just Tyler Robinson. Can I do that for you?
Sure.
Okay.
But do one piece at a time.
Right.
Okay. Let's start with the day of and the basics. So George Zinn, the man who acted as the decoy, who said that, who as
what does that
shots
mean?
rang out, he stood up and
No,
said,
hang on. What does that
he
mean?
was the shooter. He stood up in the immediate aftermath of Charlie being shot and said that he was the shooter. And when he was receiving medical attention, and I can find the source on this, he informed the individual that was treating him that he was paid to do so.
Okay.
So that is pretty solid evidence that.
No, it's not. So let's go through it first.
So you don't think that
Well, let's hang on. Let's go first.
Tyler Robinson.
Let's go first and foremost with the word that you used to describe this: decoy.
Decoy. Yep.
Okay.
Give me your proof he was an actual decoy.
Well, he acted as a decoy.
Give me the proof of that. That's the claim restated.
He stood up and said that he took the shot, and he in fact did not.
Yeah, but a decoy would imply that there was coordination. And he was to act in this way specifically. By the way, that would run.
Well, if you were to ask me what is evidence, what is there evidence that he was trying to cover up, I would be like, he stood up and said that he took the shot and he didn't. Like, you're asking me to provide evidence, and I'm literally telling you what this guy did, and then you're saying, well, that doesn't count because you're trying to. I feel like you're trying to get me on the word decoy.
Well, no, I'm trying to just establish facts so that there's no ambiguity and you can't equivocate. Equivocation is when you use a term loosely so that you can move between two separate meanings of it. So I'm going to establish what is a decoy first and foremost. What is it?
Someone who would, or someone or something that would distract others from what is truly going on.
Got it. And so that would imply coordination.
I mean, I guess naturally, but yeah, I mean, I guess you would say yes. So
then what you're actually saying is that there was coordination between Tyler Robinson and the decoy.
Okay, what is the name? What word would you prefer that I use then, if not decoy?
No, you brought it up.
Well, in this particular case, I don't know why you're even using the word unless.
Yeah, he shouldn't. Zach, you should have just gone throw in the towel, brother. Here, let me get the towel. Throw in the towel. Yeah, throw in the white flag, Zach. Give it up, man. Give it up. He's not going to give you any duck and cover. My goodness.
You're just implying that there's coordination between whoever these alleged assassins are and this gentleman. Is that the case or not?
Maybe we can use the word distraction.
Okay, but that would also imply that there's coordination.
Right. Same thing.
I mean, do you think he just was doing this for funsies? Like he was just like, yay, I did this. Or do you think that he was coordinating with other people to play his part? That's the question. I would just say,
given his behavior, it seems pretty obvious he was acting as a decoy or a distraction from what was actually going on.
Therefore, he was coordinating with whoever these other assassins are.
Right.
Yes, I'm making that argument. Yes.
Yes. Okay, got it. So then there's some sort of coordination between whoever the conspirators are who killed Charlie Kirk and this gentleman. Is that correct?
I would make that argument, yes.
Great. Show me the proof.
He acted as a decoy in the immediate aftermath and said
that's the restatement of the claim. I want proof of the claim that there was coordination between this gentleman and any other conspirators whatsoever. Anybody from TPUSA, anybody who's related to Tyler Robinson, anybody who you would consider part of said conspiracy. Where's your evidence of coordination between them and this gentleman?
So between George Zinn and Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. Or any of the alleged conspirators who you may name.
So what's interesting about the potential connection between Tyler Robinson and George Zinn is that it was found, I believe, that George Zinn was also convicted of, I believe, child pornography. So he was.
How is that a connection?
Because Tyler Robinson was a deep online.
Yo, real quick in the chat, how do you like your Zach cooked? Like, are you like a slow smoked Zach? Do you like him in air fryer? Do you want him barbecued, fricassee, sous vide, deep fried? Like, how do you like 45-day aged? How do you like your Zach? Because apparently Andrew is cooking, okay, and we need Chef Andrew to cook our Zach to your satisfaction. How? Medium rare, you want him roasted, because he's getting cooked. That's for sure. Well done. This is brutal. Hey, by the way, here's Ben right here. Y'all, Ben is the reason why I'm watching this, because I watched a little smidgen of it. I'm like, okay, whatever. Ben was like, you should do the whole review. He sent me a message today. So Ben's fault that we're watching this. Y'all put Ben in the chat because he's going into 0-second timeout. Put him in 0-second timeout. All right. Yeah, it's like a smoke. He's slow smoking them up in here. This is painful. I'm sorry. Zach was not prepared for this.
Furry looking at the same stuff.
Wait, hang on. Andrew, proof of coordinate. No. Hang on. You're not walking away from that claim.
Okay.
You just got done telling me that your correlatory proof of coordination was that this gentleman was caught or in some way is related to CP, to online CP. What the fuck does that have to do with Tyler Robinson?
Because Tyler Robinson was also in deep online furry transgender chat rooms.
Hang on. Have you ever watched porn in your life?
I mean, it's been a very long time, but when I was younger and I wasn't the best version of myself.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. We must be coordinating.
Okay. You and I have never been together at an assassination where I was acting as a decoy to distract.
You keep on making the claim. You keep on making the claim that there's a decoy there, right? Which implies coordination, but you can't show any evidence or proofs whatsoever that there was any coordination between this gentleman and fucking anybody who you consider to be a conspirator. And the only evidence that you could come up with is, one did an activity which was unrelated to the other activity, but somewhat related to the other activity. Therefore, they're linked. That is not evidence of anything. That is not even logical, sir. Not even logical.
You don't think that him saying he was paid to do so, paid to be a decoy, is not evidence?
He suffers from extreme mental illness, like many leftists do, who go out, including in the Unfuck America campaign, which rigorously followed around Charlie Kirk's TPUSA for the purpose of clout. They attract the most mentally ill people that you could imagine. Okay. These people are fucking crazy. How do I know? Because I've debated with them. I've engaged with them. I know exactly what they are. This guy has significant mental illness. And by the way, early on, they thought there was a possibility that it could have been him due to those admissions until they began the investigation process, which is what you're supposed to do. They found the actual shooter. There is no evidence whatsoever that this guy, A, shot Kirk, B, coordinated with anybody, and C, is anything less than a left-wing lunatic. No evidence of that at all. And the best that you could come up with is that, he looked at GP online, which is fucking gross and disgusting, but reaffirms the fact that he's mentally ill, right? Where's the coordination with the conspirators?
You asked me to elaborate more on what the potential connection between the two of them are.
That's not a potential connection.
And the deep online sexual chat.
No, that's you don't have any proof to that. Just saying that they might have been in a chat room together does not. You don't have proof to that, Andrew.
Is not something that I just made up. I think
that's not a connection.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Andrew, Fine.
That's crazy. How is that logical?
Leave the CP aspect out of it. I'll grant you that.
Okay.
The better evidence is him actually doing what he did right after the shot rang out and then saying that he was paid to do so. That to me is pretty solid evidence that he was acting as a decoy.
Do you know how many people make admittances to high profile crimes that they never committed?
Okay, so your argument is that you don't believe that George Zinn was a decoy because
there was another guy at the at UVU that did the exact same thing. That was up rah rah rah. The guy with that weird beard. So I'm sure there probably was another one. Like, why are you acting like this?
Because there's no evidence. There's no evidence that he was.
Because
that's why.
Well, other than him actually being the decoy, you're saying there's no evidence that
you keep on. You just because you make the claim he is this thing, you have a burden to demonstrate he was this thing. When we establish what a decoy is, we have established that decoy means that you act in a coordinated fashion as some sort of distraction. Otherwise, you couldn't act as a distraction unless it was coordinated. You wouldn't be a decoy then. You'd just be some guy. So if that's the case and you keep making the claim that he's a decoy, then what you would need to do is show evidence which would give me the relationship between him and whoever you think are the involved conspirators. And you don't have any. Nothing. Okay. You have nothing. So you keep calling him a decoy, and that's the use of ambiguous language. And the reason I clarified it early on was because you grant yourself that he was, even though the implication is that there's coordination, and you can't demonstrate the coordination.
I think that
Zach is his feelings are decimated. Y'all, this poor man's feelings are hurt. And then Andrew got the audacity to go pull out that Marlboro and take a drag on it. Y'all, man, Andrew is beating this man senseless, y'all. This is great.
And I think that can move us to our next point.
Okay.
So I think it was the week after or so on the Charlie Kirk show, J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller spoke about the radical.
Wait, he was saying day of. I want him. Zach is all over the place. Zach is hurt. He is on his bicycle. He is pedaling backwards. He said he was going to talk about the day of. Now he's talking about 2 weeks ago on the Charlie Kirk show. That's crazy.
Left-wing groups or NGOs that were talking about or coordinating violence against conservatives. Do you remember what I'm talking about here?
Of course. Radical left-wing groups and NGOs have been utilizing things like Signal and other things like this. Much of this has come out from people on the ground at the various riots across the country. I followed those very closely, along with the people here at the Crucible. The tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of viewers that I have followed those riots very closely. There's no doubt that NGOs play a massive part in that. 100% accurate.
The Armed Queers SLC group. Are you familiar with them at all?
Not that particular group, no.
That was the group who that is where the chatter came from prior to the Charlie Kirk assassination. This is the group that, and this is based on, I believe the FBI put this out. I believe this is part of the mainstream narrative. This is what Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, I believe, were talking about that day. I can go back and check that. But this Armed Queers SLC group, this is the group that was chatting amongst themselves about something happening to Charlie Kirk on September 10th. There was chatter about foreknowledge of the assassination. And this is a group that the link between the Armed Queers SLC group and
I have it in front of me. Hang on. I have it.
There's a link between them and Lance Twiggs, who then connected to Tyler.
Yeah, I have it in front of me. I have the evidence for this in front of me. So the federal investigators are probing whether or not it is the case. There fears Robinson could have been radicalized by this group.
Yes,
that's what the actual claim is, and that claim's being investigated. Yeah.
Yes, but
then what's the problem here? What's the issue? I don't understand what's the problem then.
I guess there's no issue. I mean,
there's no. So then, what is this evidence of?
This just goes back to my initial argument. It just goes back to my initial argument of this being bigger than just Tyler Robinson and the fact that he was influenced by.
Well, no, it looks like it's pointing at Tyler Robinson. So it looks like what the probe is about is that this particular group may have radicalized Robinson, not that they directly coordinated with Robinson to assassinate Kirk. That is not what the claim is. Can you demonstrate that that's what the claim is?
That this group influenced Tyler
Not
Robinson.
that they influenced him, that they coordinated with him.
Right.
See, this is okay. So as far as the coordination goes, again, we've already talked about and addressed George Zinn. We've already, I think, come to a agree to disagree moment with regard to that.
No, we didn't come to an agree to disagree moment. We came to a moment where you had no evidence for your claim again.
Well, again, I think the evidence is that George Zinn saying that he was paid to do so is evidence, but you obviously disagree with that.
Well, wait a second. No. I wouldn't disagree that you can say that this is evidence, right? He said this. I'm not disputing that he said this. What you would need to demonstrate is that it was true.
That was true.
That's what the demonstration would be for evidence, right? It wouldn't be like, oh, we're disputing whether or not he said that. No, neither of us are disputing that he said that. I'm disputing whether or not you have evidence that he actually did that. You can say anything you want when you're a crazy left-wing lunatic. People admit to crimes they didn't do all the time, especially for high-profile people, so that they can take credit for, especially when they're mentally ill. The left is no exception to this. In fact, they're far more likely to do it than anybody else. What's the evidence he actually did? That's what's in question. What's the evidence he actually did do that? And that's where you come up short.
Okay. I mean, again, him being paid to do so, you are arguing that George Zinn is a crazy person who had nothing to do with Tyler.
Andrew is doing another great thing. I love it. He's saying what he says, and he's done. He takes his little drag of his cigarette. He drinks his coffee. I don't know how much coffee's still in that cup because he keeps doing it, but he's not over talking him, and he's not letting him off the hook. Because you see here, Zach is really praying that he would say something else because he knows the ball is in his court. He really is praying that he would say something, but he's not.
Robinson, he was basically an opportunist.
Give me the evidence to the contrary. Other than, he said that. Okay, great. What's the evidence that he did that, though?
What evidence do you have that George Zinn is a crazy person who
Because you just got done telling me that he looked at deep, dark web corn, right? And was heavily involved in that. And CP, that is a person who's mentally ill, sir. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I think two things can be true at once.
He is mentally ill. Do we agree that he's mentally ill?
Is looking at pornography a mental illness?
It is if it's CP, yes.
I guess. I mean, I can.
In fact, a classical definition is that is mentally ill. Yes, very classical definition. Can we agree then that he's mentally ill?
So your argument then is that he is a mentally ill person whose word should not be taken seriously.
No,
given the fact that he said he was paid. Do you think that a mentally ill person,
Let me be very clear. What I'm saying is that
whether or not they have been paid to be a decoy in a certain circumstance or not. Because it's a pretty basic.
What?
It's a pretty basic.
Wait, say that again.
Do you think a mentally ill person is capable of knowing whether or not they were paid to perform a certain task or not?
Yes, of course they can be. Yes, of course.
Specific instance.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So you can't just say he's mentally ill, therefore everything that he says or everything that he interprets.
But I didn't say that. You are straw manning the claim. Can you steel man what my claim actually is so that you're not being bad faith? I want to make sure and then I'll steel man yours. Steel man my actual claim here.
That George Zinn is, because he was looking at CP, he's mentally ill, and you are arguing that because he's mentally ill, and you are using examples of circumstances in assassination cases where people do take credit for them right off the bat, that we cannot necessarily take George Zinn at his word when he is receiving care saying that he was paid to do so.
No, you left out the most critical and key part. A, Yes, he's mentally ill. We've established that as being fact. B, it is the case that people take credit for high-profile assassinations all the time or high-profile murders that they had nothing to do with. That's B. But C is the most important part. Where's your evidence that he actually was paid by anybody or coordinated with anybody to do anything to Charlie Kirk? That's the key part. The key part is, my claim is that this guy's mentally ill. The state says he had nothing to do with the shooting. The state claims that he's also mentally ill. What is your evidence when the state says he had nothing to do with actually assassinating Kirk? What is your evidence he did? What is it?
He said that he was paid to do so.
That's, oh God, dude, it's so bad.
Why is
I love it. I love it. Andrew is doing a great job. I gotta back that up because Zach realizes that he's cooked. He knows he's cooked. He knows it. There is no evidence exists. He knows that. And so when he gives him that, he breaks down. He falls apart. So when you see him over here on Gary's channel acting like he had never been flambéed and fricasseed, you know he's disingenuous. This is literally yesterday or the day before. And he's over here on Gary's channel today acting like nothing happened. Get out of here.
We cannot necessarily take George Zinn at his word when he is receiving care saying that he was paid to do so.
No, you left out the most critical and key part. A, yes, he's mentally ill. We've established that as being fact. B, it is the case that people take credit for high-profile assassinations all the time or high-profile murders that they had nothing to do with. That's B. But C is the most important part. Where's your evidence that he actually was paid by anybody or coordinated with anybody to do anything to Charlie Kirk? That's the key part. The key part is, my claim is that this guy's mentally ill. The state says he had nothing to do with the shooting. The state claims that he's also mentally ill. What is your evidence when the state says he had nothing to do with actually assassinating Kirk? What is your evidence he did? What is it?
He said that he was paid to do so.
That's, oh God, dude, it's so bad.
Why
This
is that
is so
bad? I don't understand why that's bad. He performed the act. He performed the act and then said that he was paid. What evidence?
I think Andrew would do a good job, and Andrew's cooking. All I'm saying is, I could tell you that I shot a 3-pointer from out in the parking lot of State Farm Arena and won the basketball game. I could say that all day long. Wouldn't you want to see a video of it? Where's your proof that I did this, Jason? Or that you did this, Jason? That's very simple. And I think if he had put that on him, I think it would just add a little bit more, but he cooked it.
Because when the state looked in
the financial transaction.
Yeah, when the state looked into it, they couldn't find any links between this guy and the shooter. They couldn't find any links. They couldn't find any links between this guy and anybody and you can clearly see him in the audience not doing that, right? Nobody's claiming that he even pulled the trigger. Nothing. Nobody's claiming that. So you would have to show some evidence of coordination, some evidence he actually did the thing that you're claiming that he did. All you have is a quote from a mentally ill fucking lunatic. That's the entirety of the basis for your evidence. Do you realize how rational people see that?
Oh, I think rational people just see the behavior of this individual and how he acted and the claim that he made.
But see, this is the other thing. And shout out to In Your Yawn. We don't have, where's the proof that this actually happened? We're getting this secondhand anyway. Is there any kind of, who is the person that got this report that George Zinn told this to? We don't have any evidence to that. So George Zinn could have been saying a whole bunch of stuff. He could have been under some kind of drug, sedation, and was hallucinating. It could have been 1,000 things. So I think Andrew's right. Like, where is your proof? But let's keep it going. Let's go. Shout out.
And obviously suspect something suspicious with regard to how things played out that day. I think that's a pretty common sense way to look at it.
No, it's the listen, when you go through something, especially when you're talking about evidence or criminality, right? I hope to God I would never be tried and have you on the jury, because I would want you to look at whatever I was accused of and give really good substantiating evidence, which was very convincing to a person right? And especially if you were in my defense, but if you're prosecuting me, that would be even worse, because you would just take things which had no real evidence for them at all, and then say, well, this query needs to be pushed against Wilson harder, or something. He must be involved in some different way. Your evidence here is so flimsy. All you're doing is taking a quote from a man who both of us have agreed is mentally ill. Both of us have agreed that many such accusations happen inside of high-profile assassinations or murders all the time. And then C, the most important aspect here is that you have zero evidence of him being A, a decoy, B, him being in any way, shape, or form coordinating with anybody, or any proof of any payment whatsoever. You literally have nothing but an assertion, nothing. So if I'm using my logical brain, I'm going to walk through, right? I'm going to say, here's the claim, here's the supporting evidence for the claim, here's how it makes more sense than the state's case. That's why I would use your theory over the state's theory. Here's what you just gave me. Nothing.
Okay.
Dang, that
So
hurt.
I guess we can just leave it.
That hurt. Don't try to walk away from that, man. You stunned, man. Take the 8 count. Take the 8 count. Don't get up. Don't rush to jump up, because you need that full 8 count, my guy. Good gracious.
That agreeing to disagree on George Zinn being a decoy or not.
You were going to agree to disagree. Do we agree that you didn't provide any evidence for him being a decoy at all? Can we agree on that?
You have said so. The state has investigated George Zinn fully and has identified him as not serving not serving any role in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
That's correct. Yeah. Do you have a counterclaim to that? Can you show me any evidence to counter that? Any evidence at all to counter that? Any?
The claim that I would the claim that I would make, and then couple this to and bring back in here, is again the groups, the Armed Queers SLC, and these NGOs, these violent left-wing groups that I believe, I don't know if there's a connection between George Zinn and these groups.
There isn't.
I don't know if that's been looked into or not.
Well, so far, it's really funny, because the portion of evidence here that you're pointing to is actually worse for you than it is for my position. One, the FBI is investigating this group for any potential leaks. That's the first thing. But they're only investigating them for potential links towards Robinson as a form of radicalization. Was he radicalized by this group? They're not even making the accusation as to whether or not there was coordination with this group. And there's zero evidence that there was. None.
Are you concerned?
Unless you have some. Do you have some evidence you could show me there was any coordination between this group and Tyler Robinson? Do you have a shred of evidence you can show me? Any?
Well, do you have this evidence? I mean, you're like
the state. Yes. Okay. Here's my evidence.
They're investigating it. Right?
My evidence is what the FBI is saying. The FBI, who are the
state
investigators, who are there, and the state, who is bringing the case against the shooter for Kirk, the people who are empowered by the people to investigate these claims are saying, we want to make sure that we know who possibly radicalized this guy, and we're looking into this group for radicalization. They did not say that they in any way, shape, or form coordinated with him. That was a claim you made, though. Can you give me evidence for it?
Are you concerned that
don't ask me a question, answer my question. Can you give me evidence of coordination with this group or not?
They're looking into it, and you can't do this.
So no, you can't. But I wouldn't make the claim. You're making the claim, though. How are you going to make the?
Let what you say be simply yes or no. Anything more than this comes from evil. Zach, open up the Bible, my guy.
Have no evidence.
I'm making the claim that this is bigger than just Tyler Robinson, and you admitted yourself right there that they're looking into this.
They're looking into whether, okay, if all you mean by the claim this is bigger than Tyler Robinson is that nobody coordinated with Robinson, he was a lone gun shooter, but there could be potentialities of people who may have radicalized him via them being in a Discord somewhere or him being in a Facebook group somewhere. If that's all you mean by it's bigger than Tyler Robinson, sure. But that's not what you mean, is it? You mean that there was other groups which were assisting with coordination, Tyler Robinson. That's what you actually mean. Isn't that the case?
I I mean, I think that there are arguments to be made there, but ultimately, here's my biggest concern. My biggest concern.
So I answer my question real quick, and then you can ask me whatever you want. Isn't it actually the case that you don't mean that by coordination, that there's just people who you were in the Discord who assisted with the radicalization of your views, but that they actually tangibly assisted these people in his? Isn't that what you actually mean when you say coordinated?
I believe that if Tyler Robinson took the shot, that it's bigger than him in that he was influenced by a certain group, and I want to know who that group is.
Okay, so that's no different than the state.
I think that's probably my biggest concern.
So you have the
when it comes
state's
to the Charlie
position.
Kirk assassination case.
That's the state's position. The state's position is that there's a possibility that the guy was radicalized by other groups, but not that these other groups coordinated with him in the assassination. So you actually have the state's position here, unless you don't. Do you have it? Are you sure that's your position, or do you have a different position?
I don't believe that the state has that position.
What do you mean? Why are they looking into this group
the state is
for the potential of radicalization?
Acted as a lone wolf, and then I guess you can say my main issue is Andrew.
Okay.
Will you at least grant that there are millions and millions of influencers out there who are basically just trying to pin this on Tyler Robinson being the lone wolf? He needs the death penalty real quick so we can move on from this. Like, no, that to me is a very irresponsible position to hold when it comes to.
Well, first of all, that's a really stupid position for a bunch of different reasons. The first reason hang on. No. Your position that you just stated is a stupid position for a bunch of reasons. Yeah. I'll explain. First of all, who cares? Let's assume that like 99% of influencers want this guy to get the death penalty, right? Let's just assume it. That takes for fucking ever, dude. You don't just go, oh, guilty, and the guy gets the electric chair the next day. It goes through appeals. It takes fucking years and years and years and years.
Okay.
Before you get the death penalty.
After he's convicted.
Like, what are you talking about?
After he's convicted, where do they put him? Do they put him out in public so he can talk and he can continue?
Zach is undone. Zach is very, very flustered. You can tell. So I don't know if flustered is a form of flambe. I don't know, but he is definitely flustered right here. And, shout out to Andrew. Andrew's cooking.
You to make public statements about who was involved in all of this, who he was influenced by. No, he gets put away, locked up. We never hear from him again. Like, that's.
Oh my God. Are we going to lock up somebody who assassinated one of the greatest political figures of our time? Oh no.
Oh, heavens forbid.
We obviously want whoever killed Charlie Kirk to be held responsible for it, but we also want to know every ounce of information. What are you talking about?
Do you understand how absurd the position is that you just had? If Tyler Robinson is convicted based on the state's evidence of Tyler Robinson killing Charlie Kirk, we're going to lock him up in a prison, and so he's not going to be out making media statements.
Do you
think that's what a revelation, man? You really you blew my mind. I got to rethink my entire position now.
Do you think it's a good idea for Tyler Robinson to be locked up, convicted, and kept quiet without us having all of the information?
Has Tyler Robinson been convicted, locked up, and kept quiet?
I mean, not as of yet, but he still has
okay. Well, then what are you talking about? All you're talking about is there is a potential sometime down the road, post-trial, after the public has seen all the evidence in this very high-profile case for Tyler Robinson, who has been the number one suspect of the state, who the state has tons of evidence against, to get locked up in a fucking prison. Wow, man. No shit.
Why do you think all of a sudden that the state or the federal authorities are going to give us all of the information regarding this case?
Well, first of all,
we weren't given it in Butler,
first of all,
Pennsylvania. So
they don't give
comparison.
They don't give all of the information.
Right. This is such a weird position because I do believe he thinks that they're going to like sell evidence packs at Walmart. Like, he does seem like, I do think Zach actually believes that. I do think he believes that Zach is going to get an evidence pack delivered to his house, or with his press pass or something. Or where do you get this from? This has never happened in the history of ever, that people felt like they deserve evidence like what he's talking about. It's crazy.
On any case for lots and lots of different reasons. They're going to redact various names which are involved to protect the people's identities. They're going to try to protect victims. The state has an obligation to do just that.
Yeah,
they'll keep the thing is though is that
our own good.
The state has been releasing evidence. And the evidence that they have released is compelling. The evidence you have released is fucking nothing. In fact, I've been sitting here grilling you on your evidence the entire time we've been doing this debate, and you haven't fucking provided shit. You haven't provided nothing. And this latest thing that you just said is, wait a second, they might give him the death penalty. Yeah, great. After years and years and years of appeals processes. Fantastic. Also, wait a second, Andrew, he's not going to be able to make public media statements anymore. Yeah, no shit. He'd be locked up in prison on death row for killing one of the greatest political figures of our time. I am stunned by this revelation. It's like, yeah, the state's going to prove its case in a court of law with a jury. And if they find the evidence compelling, they're going to convict him and maybe he gets the death penalty. What do you want me to say about that? Except good? Good? Like, what else should I say there?
I want to know who he was involved with. And I think that's what everybody wants to know. Everybody wants to know the full truth when it comes to what happened to Charlie Kirk.
You're busy.
Well,
and
but that's
to know if it's bigger than just Tyler Robinson, because we're being fed this lone wolf narrative that Tyler Robinson, he became radicalized himself. He decided to carry this out. Like, are you not acknowledging that what the state is telling
How can you possibly say that
Tyler Robinson acted as a lone wolf?
Yeah, they say that he acted as a lone wolf shooter. That's correct. But the state has never said that Tyler Robinson was not influenced by other radical groups. In fact, by your own admission, they're investigating one such radical group to see if they influenced the way that he thought. So no, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, if all you mean by this is bigger than Tyler Robinson is that there could have been external influences on his worldview and what made him the deranged psychopathic murderer that he became, if indeed he is, which I believe he is, then you have no disagreement with the state. That is, in fact, the state's position that he was radicalized. And there may have been groups which radicalized him. How do we know? Because it just pulled up what the FBI had to say about the very source that you claimed, which was this armed gays for whatever group, okay, which the FBI is looking for links to see if they assisted in the radicalization. However, you have no proof of coordination, and that's a huge problem for your position.
Well, neither do you, Andrew. You don't have any proof of coordination. Your answer to that is it's a part of
I know. I'm not making the claim of coordination. That's you. I'm making the claim that the state has provided compelling evidence that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk.
Very good.
You are providing no evidence to the contrary, no coordination. You're not providing evidence of that. You cite Joe Kent. He provided no evidence of that. You cited this militant online gay group. You've provided no evidence of coordination with them either. You've provided nothing. You have no evidence to the contrary. How the fuck are you going to hold this view and have zero evidence for it, dude? How?
When it comes down to it, I don't believe that we are going to be provided all of the evidence. So you continuing to ask me, show me the evidence is difficult for me to do, in that I believe that
Elseworld, I'm telling y'all, there's another world. There's another Earth somewhere where Jason has hair. You can't prove that it's not. So therefore, we're not going to get the evidence that there's another world where Jason is 8 feet tall. You can't prove that I'm wrong. This is some Elseworld theology right here. This is some crazy work, Zach.
So you want the state to give you evidence,
all of the evidence.
I see. So you want the state,
and I think that because they've done the same with regard to COVID and the lab leak theory. We've done the same with regard to the Epstein files. They've done the same with regard to the Butler assassination case. They literally told us that there were
these are all pivots.
That Thomas Crook had no online footprint.
This is fallacious.
And then we ended up having an online footprint. Like, I don't believe that the state is being honest. So I'm not going to blindly assert my position on this. On
this
what
is so low tier, dude.
Me is happening.
This is the most fallacious. This is the most fallacious argument you've made thus far. I'll show you. I'm going to demonstrate it for you. Do you agree with me that the government has on the books tens of thousands of laws?
Position.
It not only is it not common sense, it has no sense, and I'm going to demonstrate it right now. Do you agree with me that the government, the federal government, and state governments have tens of
position?
Okay, yeah, it's not a valid position. I'm going to show you.
Okay.
So if you have tens of thousands,
y'all, we might have to take a station break, y'all. We got to get Chef Andrew out of the kitchen because he is hurting Zach. Zach is hurt. The fact that he is talking over him when he's giving a question and trying to insult him, and Zach and Andrew is not giving it to him, man, come on. Shout out to Amethyst Angels. What she said this, having been fluent in BC, English and Spanish, Italian, French, and Russian, I must admit a good and timely delivery of obscenities is highly impactful. I'm just saying, if you know, you know. Shout out for sure. Thank you so much for the 10, Amethyst. Hey, you know what? I don't like it, but you know what? I can't be mad at the brother. I can't be mad at him. Thank you, Christelle. Right here says this. Why entertain this guy? Present the evidence. Crazy. What a crazy idea, right? Amethyst also came back through. She said this earlier. You don't have to be a Christian to abide in the rules of jurisprudence here in the United States. Our laws and judicial process are based on the Bible. Absolutely. And I don't get it. Like, dude, come on. Shout out to Christ Marked Ministries. No question, no comment. Just pure love of the game. Thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you, friend. And what is this here? Oh, yeah, you told me I need to make the shirt. I saved this one. I need to, I'll work on it. I might be working on it now. I can't promise you. All right, let's go see what kind of, we got to get Chef Andrew back up in the kitchen. Chef Andrew, get back up in here. Let's go.
Of laws for conspiracy by the government. The government sees conspiracies everywhere. Would you agree with me? Conspiracy to commit racketeering, conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit perjury, conspiracy. They see conspiracies everywhere, right? They must, because they have tens of thousands of laws on the books.
There are different conspiracies.
There's different conspiracies, exactly. Do you agree that people are prosecuted for many, many, many conspiracies, and the state wins those cases because those people are involved in conspiracies? Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, great. So we've established a baseline fact that we can both agree to. Do you also agree with me that there's many conspiracies that the state prosecutes for that aren't conspiracies at all? That the actual facts are there was no conspiracy there. Do you agree that okay, great. Yeah, sure. So then what we've established is by you pointing out other instances of where you think the government is lying or is conspiring to do bad thing does not mean they're lying or conspiring about this bad thing. And so when you try to use those as correlates to reinforce your case, that's actually a fallacious mode of argumentation. We're not talking about those cases. We're talking about this case. We're not talking about the evidences for those cases. We're talking about the evidence for this case. That's a pivot. And the reason you're pivoting away is because you have thus far in this debate shown zero evidence for your position.
No, you've just denied the circumstantial evidence that I've provided. That is the best that we can do as free citizens that are not a part of the actual investigation.
So the state's wrong.
Security clearances. We're not the ones that are actually in it. The guy who was a high-level government official who did have access to these things just came out and told us that the government wasn't looking into certain evidence, and they were bureaucratically holding things up so that they couldn't pursue the evidence. So I would say that pattern recognition with regard to what Joe Kent just revealed, unless you want to come out and say that Joe Kent's a liar and that we can't trust him, that would be the argument.
I didn't say that at all. No, that's not the argument against Joe Kent.
So then the pattern
that's another fallacy. You're like a fallacy machine. It's also fallacious.
Whatever. I understand that you're an expert debater. I get it. I get it.
It's also you making this is another fallacy you just made. When you make the claim, you just gave a false binary.
No.
So the argument against this,
you said that you can't compare the past.
Well, let me know when I can respond to your claims.
To this one, and then I bring up the fact that an individual with actual access to the evidence said that we were not being provided all that we were.
That's not what happened. You're just lying through your teeth. Here's what.
That I'm actually lying through my teeth.
I can prove it.
Literally said he presented.
When you're done, I'll refute all of this. Go ahead.
Joe Kent literally said that there were evidence and there were leads that were not pursued with regard to foreign ties to the Charlie Kirk assassination. This is a high-ranking government official with access to what was going on, with access to the evidence, and he came out and said that it was not being pursued.
Yes.
I use that as an example to
Of-
your point
Yeah.
of COVID, of Butler. When you say you can't say that because these were conspiracies, because things happened there, you can't then say the same thing about the Charlie
You
Kirk
can't.
assassination.
It's
And I'm
it's
telling you,
fallacious.
I can because
Yeah,
of
if you want to
what this
engage in
high-ranking
fallacious
government official just
argumentation.
said.
Sure, you can say whatever you want if you want to engage in fallacious argumentation. I'm not going to stop you from engaging in fallacious argumentation. I'm just letting you know that it's fallacious argumentation. Secondly, we went over the Kent stuff. I asked you to provide the evidences of whatever these leads were and why it was the case that it was wrong for them to turn this case over to the state of Utah. And you had nothing. You had no evidence of coordination and admitted that Joe Kent gave you no new evidences for your intuitive position. You then point to, hang on, let me finish now. You then point to what you consider to be correlative evidence or corroborating evidence, whatever the hell that means, weak ass evidence. And you say, the reason I don't have enough evidence is because the state who I don't trust won't give me enough evidence. It's fucking crazy. It's a self-refuting position. The state you don't trust them to gather the evidence to do the prosecution, but you demand that they give you the evidence, right? And
No.
you haven't even demonstrated that the state is sitting on evidence. Like, you haven't even demonstrated that. You just, like, I don't even understand where this view comes from.
I literally just cited the fact that Joe Kent said that there was evidence that was not pursued. So
What is it?
Because a high-ranking government official came out and basically acted as a whistleblower saying that, it verified my concerns that we were not either pursuing or provided with all the evidence. I don't understand how you can deny that. I really don't.
I'm going to walk you through. I'll walk you through it. So, did Joe Kent resign over the fact that Charlie Kirk?
It's not a matter of why he resigned.
Yes, it is. Yes,
with Iran.
Yes, it is. He resigned over the war with Iran, not over moral considerations of what happened with Charlie Kirk.
That doesn't matter.
I know. Do you want to let me finish the point?
Charlie Kirk investigation.
Do you want to let me finish the point? To make the refutation, I'll finish the point and make the refutation. Here's why it matters. Joe Kent's involved in politics inside of the Trump administration. He left that administration for moral reasons due to the Iran war. I'm not going to condemn the guy for that. I completely understand that you can have moral considerations and people are not adhering to those moral considerations, so you walk away from something. They can even still be friends and have these disagreements. And Trump was pretty soft on it. He's like, I didn't even know there was a problem. I get all of that. What Joe Kent said was, during this investigation, he thought that there was some good leads that they could go down. And they were told by their superiors, no, you don't need to do that. We've turned the investigation over to this.
Shout out, Laura. He don't want none of this over here. I'm sorry. I will absolutely unequivocally not play games with him. Looking at his face, he is so mad. He is so upset. Nah, he don't want none of this. Zach can stay right over there and keep getting manhandled by Gary and Andrew. He come over here. We're not going to play any games with his emotions. He is getting slaughtered. But this is the thing, though. It brings to bear, as when we've been watching the Charlie Kirk debates, right? I want you to see, like, anybody can fricassee this guy. There's many ways to skin a Zach. And all you got to do is just keep asking the questions for his evidence. He has given absolutely zero. And we've been in this better than an hour. Actually, 45 minutes of this debate. We still got an hour left. And he still hasn't given any evidence. That's crazy work. Shout out to the best live chat. I see Edie up in the building. Did I see Edie? There she is. And man, we would all be under the table. Unless you meant drinking like coffee or something, or boba tea. That's what you meant. If we were drinking boba tea, we would all be like full of boba tea right now. Let's keep it going. Let's go.
State itself, and it's a pretty slam dunk case. We don't need to pursue whatever these avenues are. Now, he can claim that those are evidences, but he provided none. And he didn't even provide us whatever these, even the potentiality for what these leads would have been. He didn't provide for us. He has not affirmed in any way, shape, or form your position on this or given you any new evidence. Nothing. No new evidence at all. None.
Andrew, I don't expect because Joe Kent makes these demands for then Kash Patel to come out and be like, hey guys, here, look, this is the evidence that we have that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They're not going to do that.
Neither
not-
are you, because you don't have any.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. So the thing is that
okay,
all you're
Andrew,
doing,
you
all you're doing
have-
is
you
asserting all
personally-
these claims over and
you
over and over with no.
So shout out to Bethany says this, unless you have access to evidence proving reasonable suspicion about injustice per the Bible, you cannot say anything at all. Yes or no, or nothing. You can't say anything at all? No. You could have two witnesses. Like the scriptures say, out of the mouths of two or three witnesses, let every word be established. So if we have a witness that can support it, that witness and myself would be enough. Now that witness could be a picture. That witness could be a video. That witness could be a report. That witness could be something else to corroborate my claim. Or it could be Amethyst. It could be Ben. Ben could be my witness. Ben and I both saw this event. So that would be the proper way to handle it. But if I don't have a person to corroborate or evidence to corroborate it, why go around telling people, making claims that you can't prove? Because I've said this before, you can't unhear a lie. So it doesn't matter. I hate to say it. It doesn't matter if Erica Kirk sues Candace Owens' socks off. There are going to be still people who believe everything Candace said, even though it was proven to be a lie. Candace could come out tomorrow and say everything I said about Erica was a lie. I was wrong. Everything I said was about her was a lie. It won't matter. There are going to still be people that believe it. You can't unhear a lie. So I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, I hope I answered that. So let's bring this back up in here. Let's go.
No evidence.
You personally do not have any evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
Wait, what are you hang on? Personally? You mean personally?
Other than you believe what the state is telling you.
You wait, wait a second. You're saying that I cannot interpret evidence released by the state for the narrative that they have and look at the corroborating evidences which have been verified by media and other sources. I can't make an interpretation on those things because I haven't personally been involved in this.
But isn't that the claim that you're making towards me? I can't.
No, my claim that I'm making towards you.
What Joe Kent is saying with regard to the FBI not pursuing
that's
evidence.
not my claim towards you. My claim,
and then that which reinforces my claim.
That's not my claim towards you.
We are not being told the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I'll explain. What my claim towards you is that you have no good logical basis, reasoned basis, or evidentiary basis for which to even make the counterclaim, because every single time the counterclaim is explored, it turns out you have fucking nothing. You don't have any evidences of any of these things, which you just intuitively say, I should be concerned about. Now,
Shout out. Bethany says, so why can't that witness be another person claiming they were paid to be a decoy? Do you have that? Do we have that? Because at the current moment, the information we have about George Zinn, I think his name is George Zinn saying that he was paid is hearsay. It was a reporter who said they spoke to a staff nurse who said that this is what happened. So there's no, I mean, I think we can all agree, like that sounds like a lot like the game of telephone. So now he said he was, but we don't know the circumstances by which he made the claim. Was he under some kind of sedation? Was he under, I mean, he's done this before too. There's that problem as well. So why do we want to believe that? And since the government and the FBI has already looked at him, they did search that lead and said that it didn't go anywhere, hence why he's not in jail, hence why he's not being investigated any further. So what more do we want? Do we need? Shout out. Okay, let's keep this going. This is a great discussion. Zach, take your L, my dude. Take your L. Look at his face. This dude is getting butchered.
I'm like, okay, so this is a decoy, but not really. There's collaboration, but not really. This is going on, but not really. Joe Kent came out and gave us new evidences, but not really. Every single claim we go through, you have nothing to back it up.
That's not what I said. You accuse me of lying, of being bad faith. You literally just said something that
What you're doing right now is lying.
I never said that Joe Kent came out with evidence.
That's right.
I said Joe Kent came out and said that the FBI was not pursuing evidence or leads that were provided to them. That is what I said.
Prove it.
I did not say
Prove
that
it.
Joe Kent came out with any evidence.
Prove it. Prove
He
it.
said it, Andrew.
No, I'm not asking what Joe Kent said. I'm saying prove that there's real, tangible, evidentiary leads that the state that needed to be pursued in what the state considered to be a slam dunk case, because they had the person, they had the rifle, they had the bullet, they have all the witnesses, they have the text message, they have everything you could ever need for a slam dunk case. What do you think they need to investigate here? What is it? Just links to people who might have radicalized the guy? Like what? What is it you want to see
that
here?
would certainly be important.
They are doing that, though. That's what you showed me was them doing just that.
Joe Kent said that they were not doing that. That was the big news that came out of the Tucker.
But see, that's the thing. You don't know what Joe Kent did not say, hey, by the way, the lead here, X lead, we're not looking into it. Y lead, they're not looking into that. Z lead, they're not following up on that. He didn't say that. And that's why Andrew is like frustrated, because Zach is just trying to make something out of this, and it's not going to happen.
The Carlson interview. Do you not agree with that?
No, I don't. What Joe Kent said was that he was told that there was no reason to follow up on those external leads because it was a waste of the government's time, because they had their man and they had the overwhelming evidence and they turned it over to the state, which, by the way, is common practice. Charlie Kirk was not a government employee, dude. He was not on the government payroll. That was a matter for the state. The feds investigated it, as well they should have. Okay, but turning it over to the state is common standard operating procedure.
No. Joe Kent,
yes.
Then Joe Kent seems to have a problem with that. He obviously disagrees with the fact that those leads were not. And
I understand the disagreement, but
okay,
Joe Kent needs to give us evidence.
So
you got to give us
my position.
No, your position makes no sense. You should. What you should say, if you wanted your position to be coherent, what you would say is this: you'd say, "I don't actually have any evidence for any of my claims. None of them. But basically, everything that I'm saying to you is evidence free. It's just based on my personal opinion and intuitions." Joe Kent said a thing here that there was leads that he felt should have been followed up on that weren't, and that they turned the case over to the state. Okay. And I disagree with that. I wish that they would have investigated those leads. Great. You know what? Olive Branch, sure. Maybe they should have investigated more of whatever those leads are. But when you start to say that should raise these massive red flags that this is way beyond the shooter who's in question, and that there needs to be a much greater investigation, there needs to be much more that we're digging into, that is where you don't have any of the grounding for those claims. It's like these are such weak assertions, non-evidence-free based weak assertions. Then anytime I hone in on the ambiguity and we get clarity, we find out you got fucking nothing. Now you can move on to any claim you want, and I guarantee it's going to be the exact same way. Doesn't matter what it is, because you guys never have anything, nothing.
All that you have is what the state is telling you.
Well, the people who investigated the crime, I know.
Like I just said, we are being told by a high-ranking government official that not all of the leads and the evidence is being looked at with regard to the Charlie Kirk investigation. This is why Joe Kent went extremely viral, because he made that claim. And obviously, and you said you watched the Tucker Carlson
Joe
interview.
Kent is also being enhanced.
That pissed off Tucker. He said the same thing to Mark Levin. He asked Mark Levin. He said Mark Levin asked him to provide the evidence, just like you're doing to me.
And he didn't have any.
He said that he couldn't because it's classified.
Because he didn't have any. Because he didn't have any.
Okay, so then Andrew, are you making the claim?
There's tons of evidence that's classified that none of us can have access to. So, like, wait, this is crazy work. I mean, we don't even have to go to the government. I'm sure there's some crime, some big crime that's happened in your town, in your city, that they have classified information on. Like, what are you talking about? This idea, this entitlement that we get to have all this information. I don't know what aisle they sell all evidence on, but Zach is on that aisle looking for this evidence. I don't know if it's like a bundle, or, they sell it like a la carte. What? I don't know. Do you get it on Instacart? This is some crazy work, man. This is some crazy work. Shout out.
That Joe Kent is not trustworthy.
I didn't say he's not trustworthy. I think that he believes that there is or was links that he felt should have been followed up on. 100% agree that that's his view. I think he's a trustworthy guy. I don't have any problem with Joe Kent. I think that it's a perfectly coherent position that he could both leave over the war in Iran for moral reasons. I understand his past history, what happened to his wife, and various things like this, terrible things that happened to Joe Kent. I think that he's a very patriotic man, and he tried to do the best job that he could possibly do. He left for moral reasons. I think that he fully 100% believes that there was some follow-up evidence that he felt should have been followed up on. That is not evidence of any of your positions, though, is the problem. There's no evidence here for any of your positions. I can both.
I'm going to stop for a hot second, and I want to answer this question. You said this. I'm surprised Zach left this up for everyone to see. Did he think that he won this debate? And I'm sorry, I cut it off. But at the end, he does like this little 3-minute monologue where he kind of just, basically hat in hand saying for basically, hey, this was a good conversation. I'm going to go back and watch and see what I might learn from it, blah, blah, blah. That was the skinny of it. I did cut it off because I was trying to, it's like 2.5 hours long. So I was trying to, get as much out of it as possible. But back to my point, clearly he didn't learn anything because he went to Gary's channel and acted like this didn't happen. Like he wasn't, like his hand was not barbecued, right? He got cooked. I'm sorry. All right, let's bring this back in. Let's go.
Agree that Joe Kent believes this and is a stand-up guy, right? And I can still point to you and say, you don't have any evidence for these positions that you are postulating because you don't. And when you say these loaded, ambiguous terms like decoy, as though it's an established fact, and then we dive into it and we realize you don't have any facts, right? That's where I begin to deviate from you, because ultimately I'm a logician, sir. My job is to go in and tear worldviews apart, which are incoherent and fucking stupid. That's what I do. And I'm real good at it. And in this case, if you can give me convincing evidence, I would change my view in a second. But none of you ever can.
Ultimately, what my view and argument is that based on my interpretation and my, you would say, pattern recognition, based on everything that we've been through and what we've seen, that this case, whether it be with regard to the planning, coordination, and the influence on Tyler Robinson, is bigger than just him acting as a lone wolf, which is what we are being told by the state. And
okay, but how does this
now have a high-ranking government official who has said that there is evidence of that the FBI refused to look into? So what you are choosing to do, Andrew, is you are choosing to believe Kash Patel and the state over a guy like Joe Kent, who was the director of counterterrorism.
That, again, that position makes zero sense, and I'll establish why. Did I tell you that I didn't believe Joe Kent, or did I just tell you I did believe Joe Kent? Literally my exact words. I 100% believe that Joe Kent felt that there was leads that should have been followed up on. Okay. I don't know. Like, what am I like? Hang on. What am I speaking Spanish, or did I not say I believe that Joe Kent felt that there should be leads that were followed up on? I'm pretty confident I just said that 40 times. Thing is I can believe Joe Kent and believe the evidence that the state has provided at the same time. There's no contradiction there. It's not P and not P. What you're giving is another fallacy called a false dialectic. It's either you believe the state or you believe Joe Kent. It's like, what are you talking about? I can believe both of them. People operate from the perspective of worldview. I 100% believe in Kent's worldview. He felt that there was leads that should have been followed up on that weren't. The state disagreed. What's the fucking problem here? Like, how is this P and not P? Where's the contradiction? What am I saying here that's incorrect?
Joe Kent, I believe, has what I think is one of the most reasonable approaches when it comes to the Charlie Kirk investigation.
Then what is it?
His response was with regard.
But what is it though? Let's see what he says. Maybe he's going to say it.
To Tyler Robinson is that he could have carried it out. He understands that. He also said that there are leads that should have been pursued that were denied by the FBI, and this is what caused the whole feud between him and Kash Patel. back in, I don't know when it was, October, November or so, when this evidence was presented to Joe Kent that he took to the FBI and was then subsequently denied.
Yeah.
So Joe Kent literally,
Which happens all the time.
that the director of counterterrorism has reason to believe and leads and tips and evidence that believes should be a part of the investigation that then
well, it's a jurisdictional thing. So if it's spearheaded by the FBI and it's their investigation and they're telling this guy to butt out, that they don't need his assistance because it's all under control, and it's turned over to the state, they feel like they have compelling evidence. Yes, federal authorities have interpersonal and interdepartmental disputes all the time about various evidences, leads, things like this. Happens nonstop all the time. It's very standard within law enforcement and information sharing. I 100% again believe that Joe Kent felt that there was leads that should have been followed up on that weren't. But I also 100% understand that the state has presented a very compelling evidence-based case against Tyler Robinson, and you have presented zero evidence that's contrary to their case. None.
Well, I mean, the circumstantial evidence that I have provided, you have discounted and dismissed as illegitimate.
No, I didn't discount it. I refuted it as being evidence at all.
As far as the decoy, you refuted it as being evidence. I consider
refute it as being evidence.
I consider that to be evidence that
evidence of what?
Of an individual working the day of the assassination in coordination with Tyler Robinson.
Okay, show me the coordination.
Or whoever the shooter was.
Where was the
You
coordination?
can say that. Allegedly Tyler Robinson.
Where's the coordination?
Where's the coordination?
The fact that he stood up and said that he took the shot and then said he was paid to do so.
Where's the link? Coordination requires links to other conspirators.
You literally want me to provide the financial transaction here on the screen right now. Like, obviously I cannot do that.
No, I'm not even asking for you to provide a transaction. I'm asking why it is that I should believe that it is more likely to be the case that this gentleman was in coordination with multitudes of conspirators in order to act as a decoy, which, by the way, is a self-refuting thing. What would even be the point of that? That would not even have a point, dude. All it did was give fuel to the people who want to refute the state's case. So why would they even use a decoy? That's one. The second thing is, in order to be a decoy, you have to establish that this wasn't just some mentally ill nutcase who was trying to take credit like many of them do in many cases, but rather there was some coordinated effort between groupings of conspirators, or at least a conspirator, some link there. That's how you establish if somebody's a decoy, if somebody is operating in that capacity. You ain't got it. You ain't got none. The state says no. Where's your evidence to refute the states? Nowhere. You just made it up. You just made up piece of decoy. You made it up. And you have no evidence for it whatsoever, except this guy said some
make
shit.
It up. The guy made it up. Then, if that's your argument,
yes, the guy made it up. But
you're saying it though. You're saying it. You brought George Zinn into this conversation. You brought him into this conversation. Therein is the problem.
The guy didn't make up. He didn't scream, "I'm a decoy." That's your word. You made up that he's a decoy. He said, "Oh, I was paid to do this." Yeah, sure. No, he didn't say decoy.
He said I was paid to do that.
He didn't say he was paid to be a decoy. That's your word. Your word is that he was a decoy, implying that there was coordination between him and other conspirators. And you have no evidence of any of that. None. All you have is evidence that a mentally ill person, by your own admission, took an opportunistic position to try to take credit for this thing, which many crazy people do.
You're not going to say that he was mentally ill by my own admission. Like I see what you're doing there. You said that would you agree that he's mentally ill because he looks at child pornography? I said that would certainly.
Please don't use those words on YouTube or I can't keep this up.
No, my bad. CP would classify him as someone who would be mentally ill.
And you agree with that, right?
I agree that
okay.
I agree that is classified, and we can diagnose him with a mental illness. I also then said that even though that is the case, two things can be true at once. Like you literally said the same thing. Two things can be true at once. I don't know why the hell I have balloons going off right now in my screen.
Reaction set.
He can have obviously the CP mental illness, and he can also know and understand that he received financial compensation to do a certain thing. Like
he is flustered. Bless his heart, y'all. We might need to have Zach come up here to the front of the church. He is flustered. He is undone right here. He gonna need a hug. He gonna need a hug, y'all, because he is in trouble. He is in trouble. Oh my gosh. But the funny thing is, dog, man, I'm kind of mad now because I cut it off at the end. When it gets to the end, Zach is trying to get out of here. But I'm sure you can imagine Zach is trying to get out of here. And Andrew's like, oh, I can stay longer if you want to. And Zach's like, no, I think it's time. I got to go. I don't know if I saved that part. I might have to pull that in so y'all can watch the end of it because it is funny.
Listen,
those two things can be true.
I agree that one does not exclude from the other. Him being mentally ill does not exclude him from taking payments in order to coordinate with fellow conspirators in order to murder Charlie Kirk. That is not what's in dispute here. I agree that logically follows. You do not have, if just because you're mentally ill does not mean that excludes you from taking payments to enter into a conspiracy. The problem with your position here is that all we have established is that he's mentally ill and that he shouted these things. And when the state investigated it, they said he didn't have anything to do with it. You're making the claim, though, that he did because you're using the word decoy, and you're doing that with no evidence. You don't have any evidence of coordination, no evidence of payments, no evidence of any text between any of these people, no evidence of any of that at all.
The evidence that we have is that he did the act and said that he was paid for it. So again,
great evidence.
But again, here we go. So,
well, I would even tear it down like, hey, where did we get this evidence from? It's hearsay. So you wouldn't be able to use it in court anyway. So even if it did happen, it wouldn't match because it would be hearsay. You would need to get it from him.
Let's just run through. I guess I don't think we're going to be able to get as far as I necessarily wanted to today. We're already at an hour and a half.
I'll stay here all day with you, man. Any claim you got, I'll go through.
I know we're approaching 4 p.m. though, and I got baseball practice tonight. So
see, he trying to get out of it. He wants to get out of it. Now he said, "I got baseball practice tonight." He's gonna go another hour. He's already gonna go another hour. Then you should have gone ahead and called it a game. But okay,
not for myself, but for my son. So,
and by the way, like I know that this is a heated debate. I want you to understand, I don't take this stuff personally. My job is to represent my view, and I do that well. That's what I do, and I'm this is not personal for me, but I'm happy to engage in this debate with anybody across the board because it always ends the same exact way.
I don't take what we're talking about here personally. I actually welcome the tough conversation. I think that grinding on these points is important.
Did it?
I think that when it comes down to it, outside of this issue, we probably have a lot of overlap and in common with regard to how we see certain things. So
yeah, that's likely true.
So I don't take this personally either. If anything, I was looking forward to this conversation. I know I've seen your stuff. I know who you are. I know you have a lot of, strong debate skills. I'm not a debater. I was a freaking business person and an entrepreneur before I got started.
I was a mechanic.
So, yeah. So, well, I mean, you're a little bit more polished on the debate side, I think, than I am. But
yeah, maybe. But the thing is like, if you have truth on your side, it's helpful. It's helpful in every debate. And the thing is like, you guys don't. You got Ian.
And I'm sorry. Okay, whoever it was, look, I'm gonna have to put you in timeout. Don't be calling me out. Don't be calling me out, Lori Haley. Don't be calling me out. Don't do that. You cannot call me out. I'm trying to save Zach's emotional well-being because Andrew is absolutely decimated. I'm feeling bad for Zach. That's how bad it is right now. I'm actually feeling bad on behalf. What is that? Secondhand embarrassment. I'm feeling bad for Zach. Like, dude, just throw in a towel. Throw in a towel. Like, just quit. Go, leave. Like, pull the plug on your computer. Just quit. Spill something on your computer. It's over. It's over. Good. Now it's Keymon time. Like, let it go. This is painful. So, okay. So that's why I'm just stopping. I'm trying to help Zach out. I'm trying to throw him a lifeline.
Carol, Candace Owens, You don't have it. And the reason, why do you think these guys won't take on high profile, prolific debaters like myself on this topic? It's because they're going to end up in the same position that you're in. They're going to make weak correlatory claims that are easily refuted and destroyed, just like I told Ian Carroll. I said, with any amount of pushback, the entire worldview collapses. And the reason that it collapses is because we're not even sure what the claim is that you're making ultimately. Ultimately, it just came down to, like, I think maybe people might have influenced Tyler Robinson. Maybe. We're not even sure if that's ultimately the claim, because when I'm asking about correlation, were there actual conspirators involved? Do you think things like this? You're not willing to go that far. It's like nobody's even sure exactly what the claims are ultimately that are even being made by the opposition at this point.
But I don't think necessarily, because the reason for that is because people are not, I guess you would say, when you consider our side, I would just classify our side as the more skeptical side that does not just believe the mainstream narrative, that believes that, again, this is bigger than just Tyler Robinson, that is demanding more answers with regard to who was involved in this whole thing, how Tyler Robinson was influenced. Like, when you look at what
does that even mean, though, the mainstream narrative? Candace Owens is one of the biggest podcasters on. Hang on. Candace Owens is one of the biggest, most prolific podcasters in the world.
She is.
Okay. Ian Carroll also is a large podcaster. Tucker Carlson's a massive, massive podcaster. Maybe you guys are the ones who maybe have something closer to what is now considered in the ethos, the mainstream narrative. And yeah, you're right. I don't believe the mainstream narrative, which is you guys. You guys seem to have more prolific platforms than most of the people who are trying to counter you. Aren't you the fucking mainstream narrative now?
The mainstream narrative, I would say, would be what the government is telling us, the those who are in power and their media voices with regard to, you would say, like the bigger, Fox News is and those types of things. And then you have the influencers underneath of them who are repeating those talking points. I would consider that the mainstream
what I would
narrative.
consider this is like, look, the conspiracy tube people, they have these rise and falls. And the reason they have these great big pivot rises and then quick falls is because almost always when we actually get to trial and the evidence is out there, it becomes so overwhelming that they were fucking stupid and believed a bunch of shit that was never true, and they had no good reason to believe it's true, that you start to see that massive drop off. They start to pivot to something else, to some new conspiracy. Conspiracies are fun. I agree. And some of them are true. I agree with that too. All of that's true. But here's what's not true. What's not true is that you have made any sort of compelling case for your view. That's what's not true.
But my stance is not.
I gotta stop. I can't. I gotta stop. On behalf of all that's good and moral, I gotta stop, y'all. Andrew is cooking the absolute dickens out of this man. Here, let's take a little station break. This is Andrew. This is how Andrew handling that board. Oh wait, sorry. He cooking them. Oh. Frying pan. What's going on with that? Boom.
Kirk went after him. Kirk Lewis
on the unicycle.
The Black Beast. Kirk Lewis.
This is us. We looking like, what? What's going on? Woo. That's Andrew handling business. Look, just stop. Stop, Andrew. Stop it. Woo. And he hurt your feelings.
Us. This is one of the funniest moments in boxing. This is one of the funniest moments in boxing.
There you go. At the same time, body's moving, feet moving.
Look at that again.
Oh. Down. He's eating punches. Just go on and go on. You know what? That's the flow.
Check.
Oh. There you go.
Okay. All right. We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to Andrew. Y'all, Andrew hurt that man feelings, bro. I'm sorry. And the only reason I'm making fun of him is because he came up here on the Lord's internet with Gary today and acted like he didn't just get manhandled by Andrew yesterday or 2 days before. That's the part that I'm not cool with. Because he went over on Gary. I'm gonna reach out to Gary in a minute. He went over on Gary's channel acting like he didn't get shellacked and bringing the same specious arguments. That's crazy work. Ain't no poor Zach. No, Zach gets what he gets and he don't pitch a fit. That's what you get, Zach.
Something that I have some conclusive piece of evidence that proves any particular conclusion. My main issue is the close-mindedness that so many people have around this case, that any argument that you make that might suggest that this is bigger than Tyler Robinson or that foreign actors or operatives may have been involved. We had a literal, the U.S. Congresswoman, it's not Lauren Boebert, it's
yeah, but the state doesn't dispute this.
Just let me finish. Who came out and said that these leftist groups have ties to China, that the Armed Queers SLC has ties to China.
Sure.
Okay. We have circumstantial evidence that has been submitted, which points to obviously Israel having a motive in this. We know that covert influence is something that these governments do carry out. I'm not saying
these are loose factoids, man.
My argument is simply I'm not willing to close myself off from being open-minded to try to understand the full and big picture on this so that we can understand the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Well, don't be so open-minded.
I'm not making any definitive claim as to
see what I mean. You can't.
So that's a hard standard to have with regard to this. And I feel like that is what you're making with regard to, well, this is what the state says, this is what the evidence says. But
I am making a hard claim that this is what the state says and this is what the evidence says.
You're a disagreeable guy. You are not going to just do what people tell you to do. I totally get that. Given everything,
I'm a very agreeable guy.
And those examples that I used, COVID, the Thomas Crooks potential assassination of President Trump, the lab leak theory, all of these things that we've been through where
have nothing to do with this.
They have evidence, but they bury it so that we don't know. Like, this is a very common thing that has now become the norm for how the government treats us. So no, I don't trust them. And I feel like that is to say that that's not on the side of truth.
It's just an appeal to emotion.
Bad faith.
These are all just appeals to emotion. That's what's bad faith. And let me point this out to you as well. The correlates. Well, you disagree that you're appealing to emotion. You're appealing to emotion. You're not appealing to the facts of this case. You're appealing to how the government made you feel.
It kept me on the right side of history during COVID. Like, again, the pattern recognition and the instincts and the seeing and the seeing.
Just because you were right about C-19 does not mean you're right about this. That should be a foregone. All right, you know what? We got to clean the palate again. All right, this is the one I was looking for. I like this channel. Here we go.
Round 1, fight.
Hold up.
Finish him.
I got this.
What? Hold up. Wait.
I got this.
What?
I understand you now.
Hold up.
Oh, okay.
Fight.
All right, let's go back. Let's get him back in here. Let's go. Come on, Andrew. Come on, Zach. Get on
They
back.
play out,
Let's
and
go.
the observation of dishonesty and lies here and there are.
You're a very intuitive man. Just imagine the fact that there's a potentiality for mandatory vaccine mandates and that you have to wear masks everywhere. And it raised a red flag with you. You're a very intuitive guy, man. I'm glad that.
You believe
I'm glad
evidence?
that you picked up on the very subtle signs.
Did you
of
believe
what was
the
going on
evidence?
with COVID?
Did you believe the evidence that the COVID vaccine was effective when it first came out?
Well, no, I have all sorts of issues with the vaccine effectiveness at all, but especially an mRNA vaccine, I'm very, very, very skeptical about. So no, I mean, I didn't take. Well, if you're asking, like, I didn't take the vax. I didn't. Did you take it?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like, again.
But what does that got to do? Okay, fine. You were right then. Okay, great. You're still wrong now. Like, why is that a thing? Somebody just said Zach is deflecting. Yeah, like, who cares? That was 6 years ago. That's how you know that really broke them. That's how you know C-19 broke some people. There are a lot of people. A lot of people survived 2020. A lot of people did not come out of there well, though. He's still talking about that as if that is like a gotcha moment. That's crazy work, y'all.
And even though 93% of our nation's doctors and pediatricians said that it was safe and effective, like,
yeah, but do you see
mainstream?
Do you see how it's the case though that like when you say, "Oh, my intuition kept me on the right side of history," there, it's like, okay, great. Your intuition was that when the state's trying to mandate masks, arresting people from going outside, shutting down all of their businesses. It's like, yeah, I think the red flags were there. You know, I'm not going to immediately appeal to your intuition because you saw what hundreds of millions of people saw. Okay,
that was the evidence.
Because it was obvious. So the thing is like when you make these appeals to your intuition, how you feel about stuff, it's fucking irrelevant to me. I'm here for the facts. Only it's like Dragnet, baby. Where are the facts? What are the facts? Just the facts, ma'am. That's it. Well, that's from Dragnet. I'm not calling you ma'am. I'm just saying that's it. Where's the facts? Give me the facts.
Are you not concerned that the government and the state buries the facts from us for our own good? Because
it depends on the circumstance. Sometimes in the circumstance, the state should bury some of the evidence from the public, depending on what it is. That's why we have forms of classification, and that's generally pretty good. However, there are sometimes where under certain administrations, like the Biden administration, is a really bad idea to do. But you're also targeting one of the most transparent administrations we've ever had, which is the Trump administration, one of the most transparent, especially in comparison to previous Democrat administrations. He's one of the best. Okay. And he did try to bring in people to clean up house who were external from the FBI, things like this, like Dan Bongino and others. He's tried at least to give us some form of transparency. In this case here, remember too that Charlie Kirk was Donald Trump's friend, perhaps one of his best friends. And he just kind of like, you people kind of like shrug that off like, oh, Donald Trump just, I guess, doesn't have much of an interest in this. It's like, no, he did have an interest in this. It was a close friend of his. Okay. And they feel like they got their man. And they have pretty compelling evidence that they did. And you don't have any compelling evidence that they don't. And that's the whole problem with this.
I would say that from what I have heard and understand is that J.D. Vance has been pretty adamant about pushing the Charlie Kirk investigation and ensuring that all of the leads are pursued with regard to it.
Yeah. How though? Is he just saying don't pursue leads we don't need because we've already established the facts, the baseline of the case, and we're not going to go on endless rabbit trail hunts for things that are unnecessary because a bunch of fucking nutcases online tell us we should?
I don't think
have the facts.
But I'm not making that argument, and I don't think that we should. I don't think we should look at bad evidence or things that are untrue. I'm not.
Well, you're willing to look at no evidence and postulate off of it.
Well, there you go.
When it comes down to it, I think the backing that I have here is Joe Kent saying that there was legitimate evidence that they decided not to pursue, that they ignored.
And law enforcement officials do that all the time. They think that there's other leads or other things that maybe should have been followed up on that weren't. That doesn't make them right. I completely understand that that's
wrong all of the time.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course, people get things wrong all the time, but also when you have really compelling evidence, it's easy to get things right as well. Even if you get small details wrong, you can get the larger details for the impact correct. What you guys seem to want to do is go after very trivial facts, like little factoids, and tie them together as though they make your case for you. But they don't. You're not even here to give a refutation because you don't have evidence to give refutation. You're not willing to say Tyler Robinson wasn't a lone gunman. You're not even willing to go as far as to make that claim because of how weak your evidence is.
I mean,
Dang. Andrew, stop it. Look at his face, man. Andrew, throw in the towel.
that's also not true. I literally have said that it could be if they come out in trial and they and because it's going to be open. I think that's great. It's going to be an open trial. They're going to have cameras in the courtroom. I think that's
oh my
that's
god,
awesome.
they're
That's
really
great.
trying to cover it up.
No, that's great though. I think that's
yeah,
a good
isn't
thing,
it?
right?
Is it the fact they're going to have an open trial, right? Because they want
Great.
everybody to see the overwhelming evidence that we know already exists. Wow, I mean, it's like, man, the state's really trying to pull one over on you here.
When it comes to the federal investigation as to whether or not it was bigger than Tyler Robinson with regard to connections on foreign involvement, it seems as though things are getting buried, and that's based on what Joe Kent came out with when he was talking to Tucker Carlson, and that is extremely concerning to me.
It's a completely weak correlate, dude. It's one of the weakest correlates I've ever heard. You can agree that you think that this guy thought that there was some evidence that should have been followed up on, but that's as strong as his claim ever was.
Right.
That's as strong as his claim ever was.
Do you think that Tyler Robinson could have carried out this assassination based on the desire of an outside force?
Like, is it logically possible? Sure.
Sure.
But again,
do you
Superman's
think-
logically possible. So
Do you think there's evidence for it?
no, there's no good evidence I've seen for that. There
you
could be.
acknowledging that's
I
being
think that there could be.
You know what? I'm gonna just throw in the towel. I'm gonna throw in the towel for Zach. I'm just throwing in the towel. Zach, sit down. Sit down. You are getting abused at this point. I'm sorry, man. This is just craziness, man. Let's watch Sugar Ray Leonard. Let's watch Sugar Ray. This was a good one.
Hold up. Wait.
Finish him.
What?
I got this.
What?
Get over here.
Hold up.
That's Zach right there. That's Zach. All right, we're gonna finish up, man. We gotta pray for Zach.
There could be evidence
Zach up in prayer.
that this guy's worldview was influenced by various people he talked to and discussed with. And if that's what you mean by a correlate of working together or something, if what you mean by that is that his worldview was influenced by various people he talked to, then not only am I willing to concede that, but the state also concedes that. Like, worldviews don't just pop up out of thin air. But if your claim is stronger and you're saying that he was actually coordinating with conspirators in order to pull this off, that claim has no good evidence for it at all. And you have presented
He's
none
already said that.
for that.
One of the most compelling arguments that I have heard with regard to the influence that I believe the FBI was specifically looking into with regard to Tyler Robinson was the potential of, and this was from an FBI whistleblower who said that it's very common for foreign actors or foreign operatives to use these online chat rooms or like kind of the deep online space to operate covert influence campaigns on certain target individuals.
Sure.
And this, I would say, is I believe it actually is something that I would hope is being looked into. What Joe
It looks like the FBI is looking into at least one of the groups you mentioned.
the leftist group, right? The leftist
Sure.
group,
The one who
Which, by the way, is a leftist group. is not a conservative GOP or Republican. It's just, how did the leftists not get drug into this, but conservative Republicans and GOP have? That's the part I don't understand.
Who likely influenced him?
The armed queers.
Right?
The armed queers.
Yeah, the ones who likely influenced them. Those would be the ones you would look at, right?
Well, my issue. Well, that armed queers group SLC also has ties to the UN, the United Nations. I think that they were one of the
Yeah, but when you
funders
say
of that
ties,
group, I don't know exactly what they are. I don't know exactly what they are.
but can I show you? Can I show you something that I want you to?
Sure.
Like, this will be key, and it'll help you in future debates if you ever debate this again. When you make a linkage between something, I'm gonna tell you one of the ways, at least, that you can get something which is a strong link versus a weak link. When you use the language of they're tied to, you're looking for some link or fact which is showing that there was in some way some kind of correspondence, right?
Correct. Yep.
But if we use this in a logical way, you would say that Tim Pool is tied to Russia because it was the case that there was an ad campaign that was going on his show, right? I don't remember the exact details, but I think it was something like that. It was like an ad campaign that was going on his show, which was funded ultimately by Russians, and they didn't really look into it. And so he just ran the ads because there was a big fat paycheck in it, right? So they're linked, I guess, but what does that mean, though? That doesn't mean anything. It's just like, yeah, you can point to things and say, oh, these things are linked, but these correlates should have some strength to them, some teeth to them. Like if you in Tim Pool's case, you would look at it and you'd be like, did he talk to any of these people who are higher up? Did he have good reason to believe that they were Russian influencers? Was there any way for him to actually know that? If we go through the evidence, do we see any of that? And the state ultimately was like, no, we didn't see any of that. They even brought Lauren Chen up on charges, and they ended up, I believe, having to drop the charges because it was the case that they couldn't really prove a good, strong corollary link there. The problem that you have is the same thing. You're looking for the weakest possible linkages between these things in order to build the view. And that's why with the slightest amount of touching, the whole view falls apart. And it's because these links are weak, dude. They're weak links, or you have no links.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from a big picture standpoint, though, where I operate from is literally just from an open-minded perspective. Like, I'm not willing to close myself off from these different arguments and theories with regard to what happened to Charlie Kirk. And I think that
who's asking you to?
Well, I think that there are many people who have gone about doing this, especially with regard to, you would say, the Candace Owens investigation into Charlie Kirk. Like,
because they offer great reputations.
The thing with
this is interesting. This is, again, Zach, stick with your own argument. Don't bring Candace into it. He needs other people to support him. He needs other people to back him up. No, just stand on your own 2 feet.
With Candace is that she's not necessarily making any conclusion when it comes to...
She's making inferences.
She's making inferences, for sure, but it's based on information and leads that she is finding and putting out there. She's conducting...
But that's where logic comes in.
She's conducting an open source investigation.
No, she's not. She's conducting...
Yes, she is.
No, she's not. She's conducting a sequence of inferences, which then it is the time for logicians to come in and rip them to pieces. Because inferences are logical processes. Inference logic, right, is what she's trying to utilize. I'm looking at all of these kind of like correlated things, and I'm making inferences on those correlated things. I'm stating those inferences publicly, knowing that people will take them as being now factual statements, right? The problem is that all that does, because you're so weak, your evidence is for all of you guys is so weak, you'll always fall short of a claim because of that. So what you do is you utilize weak inferences in order to influence people's opinions. And then you just say, well, I'm just asking questions. Or it's the case that, well, what it is like, I'm just open to new information. And it's like, well, wait a second. I just gave you way better information than you gave me. I just gave you way better arguments than you gave me. Why aren't you open to those?
Many of the things that Candace Owens has brought forth throughout her investigation, and she has not made the argument that she has been 100% right about everything. She's gone back and she's made corrections on things that have been incorrect, which many people don't give her credit for. However,
what things have she been correct on? What?
There are numerous pieces of evidence or leads that she has brought forth that certainly provide
What?
Us to be skeptical of the lone wolf narrative
What?
with regard to Tyler Robinson.
What?
Sure. So one of those examples are the 2 Egyptian military planes that were in and around Provo the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. They dropped military contractors into Provo. They did not leave on that same flight. These 2 military planes flew in and low around UVU, I think before or right after the assassination, which is highly abnormal. And that's not something that is normal behavior or activity for those specific Egyptian military planes. And I know that she's been getting a lot of crap for that, but she has not been debunked. And I'm not even making the claim that I know that I think Steven Crowder, who I know that you're friends with, made with regard to, I think Kane Koa the Great, I think said that he came out and found that like 66% or like 60% of the instances didn't line up with Erica Kirk or Turning Point USA on the Egyptian planes, like following them around. I'm not touching that one.
Then why are you bringing it up? Why don't you bring up the most concrete, most serious? Because you're not being serious now at this point, Zach. If you bring up Egyptian planes, you might as well just talk about Barney. You're not being serious. And you see Andrew looking. Andrew's doing his research while Zach is talking. And Andrew's about to hurt his feelings.
Okay, so let's get into that.
Argument
Hang on. I understand.
Egyptian planes that were in Provo.
Then let's get into it.
At the day of the assassination.
What time was that?
I don't know the exact times.
Shut up.
I don't know them off the top of my head, but I could probably find the source.
Find them, because she had a massive timeline error there. The central part to her claim was that an Egyptian plane took off from Provo, Utah shortly after the shooting, but aviation data experts noted she misread the UTC timestamps as local Utah time.
Right.
The plane had actually departed 5 hours before the incident occurred. She fucking lied. Well, she may not have lied, but she got her facts completely wrong there. Why would you use that as evidence of facts that she brought forward, which were compelling when they weren't compelling at all? And the second they were investigated, they fell apart.
This is but that's a perfect example of you guys, or your side, taking a small error with regard to what Candace reported, but forgetting about the whole overall point. She hasn't even given us the data to look at it. We don't know that there's only one error. There could be 45,000 errors. We don't know because she still ain't shown it. Admitted she got the time wrong. She admitted that she got the time wrong and that she was reading the UTC time or whatever mistake she made. The point, the overall point, is that plane landed in Provo, Utah, the week prior to Charlie being assassinated. It dropped off military contractors in Provo, Utah, that then did not leave on that same plane.
Yeah.
And it's bad because he came on Gary's channel bringing the same information and got shellacked with Gary. He's going to get cooked right here. He's getting cooked right now. And he knew that this was wrong, and he still brings it up. Zach is not a fair dealer at all.
And what you mean? Hang on. This is the same theory.
That's the whole point.
Isn't this the same theory where a tipster bogusly called in and told her a plane was heading towards her attorney's office? She said that was a major lead.
That tip that she received was with regard to the hangar in Wilmington, Delaware,
and it was bogus, wasn't it?
I don't think that it was bogus. Why do you think that it was bogus?
Because at least according to the information that I've read on this, the bogus tip was linking the plane to her own lawyer's office, which she initially presented that, I believe, as a major lead, and
she didn't know it.
That just wasn't true, right? Just wasn't factual.
Her lawyer's office in the case
Delaware.
with Emmanuel Macron is in the One Rodney Square building. Again, this does not debunk the argument of what
is the argument? What is the argument?
The argument is specifically that this Egyptian plane took off from Provo, Utah.
Okay.
Before or after the assassination doesn't matter. The time of it does not matter.
What does that prove?
This is the whole picture of what occurred here. The Egyptian military plane landed in Provo, Utah, and it dumped military contractors, left military contractors in Utah, and then departed prior to Charlie Kirk being assassinated without those military contractors on board.
Oh,
They
I
were
see.
left there. I think they flew into, if I remember correctly, Duncan Aviation. That's where they rented cars from.
Oh,
And then one of the, I guess you would say, pieces that people are looking into on where those cars would have gone, whether or not they were around UVU or not. Okay, so that's a data point that I think is just is interesting.
nothing
It
What's
comes to
interesting
Charlie
about
Kirk.
it?
It's abnormal. It's
What's
abnormal. I mean, you
abnormal
have these
about
same
it?
military planes.
What's abnormal about it or interesting about it? How does it tie into the Kirk assassination at all? How?
Because this is another data point which might suggest.
How
that
does it tie into the Kirk
Elsewhere.
assassination specifically? Tell me.
Okay. Again, if you don't learn anything from Andrew, learn to just leave it out there and let them flail. Because my goodness, in the morning, he is killing him. I'm backing this up a little bit. I know. We're going long, but we're going to long stroke this tonight. Come on, y'all. Let's go.
in Utah and then departed prior to Charlie Kirk being assassinated without those military contractors on board.
Oh,
They
I
were
see.
left there. I think they flew into, if I remember correctly, Duncan Aviation. That's where they rented cars from.
Oh,
And then one of
So
the,
disingenuous.
I guess you would say, pieces that people are looking into on where those cars would have gone, whether or not they were around UVU or not. Okay, so that's a data point that I think is just is interesting. When it
What's
comes to
interesting
Charlie Kirk.
about it?
It's abnormal.
What-
It's
what-
abnormal.
what-
And then
what's
you also
abnormal
have these
about it?
same military planes.
what's abnormal about it or interesting about it? How does it tie into the Kirk assassination at all? How?
Because this is another data point which might suggest
How
that
does it tie into the Kirk assassination specifically? Tell me.
foreign influence or a foreign operation. that
Okay,
took place
where's
on that day.
show me any evidence that this had anything to do with foreign influence of the Kirk assassination?
Well,
Go ahead.
But that's what's being looked at. That's what's trying to be tracked
So-
down.
so-
Like again, we're
So nothing, no evidence. No, again, you see what I mean? You're looking
Okay,
for
hold on.
now you've
Hold
just
on.
made up a linkage where there is no linkage. Now there's not even any linkage. It's just like, well, a plane landed there and then it took off. Okay, great. What does that demonstrate for you? What does that do for you? How does that help your case? How does it even link to any of this? How?
What is trying to be determined is that if the 30-06 did not have
No. Start with the Egyptian plane.
this,
Whoa. If he man, Zach, you are down bad. Y'all put down bad in the chat. Y'all put down bad. Zach, you are down bad, my brother. We might need to go ahead and open up the doors of the church for you, man. Bruh, you is down bad, my brother. You are down bad. Andrew is flambeing you. Good gracious. How do you y'all like y'all Zach? Because he is cooking him. He is cooking him. Wow, this dude done went from Egyptian plane to 30-06. That's crazy work right there. I mean, he is down really bad. He down sad. He big mad. And we're gonna find out all the rhyming words today. Good night.
okay. I mean, I'm telling you the point of
okay.
what,
Go ahead.
of what
Go
that
ahead.
argument would be
Yeah.
is that this is an alternative. It's
By
an
the way, real quick,
alternative-
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say, wife, bring me a cup of coffee. That's all. I have a perfectly good slave, and I order her about. But anyway, go ahead.
okay.
I just messed him up by saying that. Good gracious.
It's an alternative perspective, or you would say theory, on if Tyler Robinson didn't take the shot, then who may have taken the shot?
Who?
And if it was a direct military operation,
Military contractors flew in on an Egyptian plane, were dropped off, and then went and assassinated Charlie Kirk.
the interesting thing
Is that correct?
I'll explain to you. I'll explain to you what the planes did. What is
Okay.
abnormal or irregular about their behavior, and then we can go into where they landed, where the one plane landed in Wilmington, Delaware, and how it ties in to
Wow,
the
this is-
FBI field office,
this
which
is embarrassing.
is at 1 Rodney Square, which shares the same address as Candace's attorney's office. It's an interesting coincidence, I guess you can say. But the point of the tip that Candace received was that there was an FBI field office at 1 Rodney Square. That FBI field office is responsible for receiving foreign or diplomatic dignitary, I forget the exact status of whatever flights are supposed to be coming in, or however they're supposed to be received at this specific terminal. But in any case, this
sad.
Egyptian flight departed Provo prior to the assassination and flew into Wilmington, Delaware under a foreign dignitary or diplomat status. And the only way that you can receive those flights, or those status flights, I guess you can say, and the status of that flight has been confirmed. You can go and look and confirm the status of the flights to see what designation they are. That One Rodney Square has an FBI field office who are responsible for receiving those dignitaries and those.
Are we ever going to get to how this ties into the Kirk assassination?
The how this ties into the Kirk assassination is that, okay, take the plane back to Provo, Utah. The plane arrives in Provo, Utah. You then have, I believe, 2 Egyptian planes, or I believe 1 American military intelligence plane. I need to get clear. I think there were 2 Egyptian planes and then 1 other additional American surveillance military plane. That landed, that were in Provo, Utah prior to the Kirk assassination. One of them left military contractors there, did not leave with them. They left them in Provo,
How
Utah.
does this tie into the Kirk assassination?
I am getting there.
Well, how long is it going to take you, man? Like
probably another minute. Probably
okay, go ahead.
Now you need to get that coffee. Give you a little bit more patience,
bro. I just need you to just tell me how it actually ties in. You're just prattling. You're not even you're not telling me anything. You keep circling the same point.
These military contractors, this is the theory. Let's just say what the theory is. They were dropped in Provo, Utah. They did not return on the flight. So they were there, present in Utah the week prior to Charlie being assassinated. An eyewitness at UVU, this was reported to Candace Owens, said that they saw an individual dressed in black on the Los building roof where the shot allegedly came from.
Now we're back on the building?
We're looking at, obviously, the event, but that comes from an eyewitness at UVU. And
an anonymous source.
An anonymous source.
An anonymous source. Yeah, so the correspondence from an anonymous source to Candace Owens is linking together that an Egyptian plane dropped off assassins who then went and killed Charlie Kirk. Do you have any evidence whatsoever that links anything that had to do with this plane or these assassins to the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Any. I mean, any.
I just explained to you the irregularities of the Egyptian.
That's not evidence of anything.
Military contractors.
That doesn't.
It serves as an alternative. It's an alternative theory and scenario that if the 30-06 did not leave an exit wound, and that the gun, in fact, that was used was not in fact used, and Tyler Robinson did not take the shot, then it would be this would be an alternative scenario that may or may not have taken place. I mean, I see. Ultimately, that's all.
Can we agree that you have no evidence for that, though?
If there was a military operation,
yeah, but can we agree that you have no evidence
that have been found?
Can you agree with me that you have no evidence for that?
Well, I just explained to you.
Well, I'm sorry. You have to show me proof that any of this happened. Where's the evidence that this plane left Provo whenever? Where's the evidence that somebody in a black suit was walking on the roof? Where's your evidence to this? I don't trust anything that you're saying. So where's the evidence? Where's the video footage? Where's anything concrete that's going to change our opinion about what we think happened on September 10th? That's the question. Zach, you are out of your league. I told y'all, man, Andrew going to take him out to deep water and tie a millstone around his neck, and he is not disappointed.
What do you mean?
I understand that's an alternative. I understand you have an alternative theory.
These planes operating this way.
What's the evidence? What's the evidence
at certain times?
What's the evidence that this plane, that any of these contractors who were dropped off went and killed Kirk? What is it?
Right.
What's your best piece of correlating evidence? What's your best piece of evidence for this? What is it?
You want me to basically provide you with the video proof that these contractors got off?
Any proof?
And walked
any proof?
And were there and involved?
Any proof? Any? Do you have any?
Andrew, I just
Any
explained
proof?
to
Do you have any proof?
Explaining.
I
is
just
not
explained to you
proof.
the argument. I
Oh,
explained
okay.
to
Well,
you
let
the
me explain
argument.
to you a counter argument.
The-
What happened?
all
Hang
that-
on. I'm going to show you. I got a counter too. I got a counter explanation for this. What happened is there is a planet full of aliens called the Yamcha, and they come down here once every 20 years so that they can hunt. And there was a
Yamcha,
commando
Yamcha.
named Dutch who took one of these out. I have it on good authority, by the way, that Dutch, man, it was a hell of a fight, but Dutch did take out one of these Yamcha. These type of predator vessels, let's call them, can cloak. And what happened is one flew down, and it actually, one of these Yamcha jumped off of that vessel.
Yamcha.
It was also cloaked, and it used a specific type of dart which dissolves and shot it into Charlie Kirk's throat, and he began to gag, and he died a horrible death, and then he beamed back up to the ship and he flew off. Tell me, what evidence would you demand from me to prove that that was true?
Well, I mean, you're describing things that would defy the laws of physics. So I would say that argument seems highly unlikely.
Well, wait, what evidence would you demand
given the
from
physical and
me?
natural laws of the world that we live in, I would say that would be extremely unlikely.
Oh, okay. So, but what evidence would you want from me? Let's say the physics were proven. What evidence would you require from me to prove that that claim is true? What would you want from me? What would it be?
Well, I mean, I guess I would say that I would need to see more of the circumstantial evidence that surrounds the whole thing. Like, I can't say that your made up fantasy scenario.
What makes it made up?
Wait,
Wait, what makes it made up? I have an anonymous source who witnessed the Yamcha jumping off of the Predator aircraft. Okay, anonymous. I can't reveal the source because it's anonymous, but it jumped off of the aircraft, uncloaked for just a second, shot the dart, and then it jumped back on the aircraft and away it flew. I have it on good authority from my anonymous source. Why is that story not true?
Well,
what about it's not true?
There's video evidence of the event, and we know that nobody swooped down and did that. So obviously.
He was cloaked, dude. He was cloaked. He only uncloaked.
Invisibility robe? Like,
that's
is that
the Yamcha are known for being able to cloak. So he cloaked, he jumped off, he uncloaked for just a second, enough for this eyewitness to see him shoot the dart from his shoulder cannon, and then he recloaked, jumped back on the Predator vessel, and away he went. I have it on good authority from this eyewitness. Why is he wrong?
I love it. Why is he wrong?
Again, I would think that you're probably pretty naive for believing something like that.
Oh, would you?
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, because it sounds kind of like made up and there's no good evidence for it.
See, the thing is, though, is that in at least this alternative theory that I am going to remain open-minded to, I'm not going to close myself off to any theory, and I'm certainly not going to turn around and diagnose anybody as mentally ill or crazy or as some bad actor for doing everything that they can to turn over every stone to find out what the truth is.
But can you tell me?
Which is how I believe Candace Owens.
I understand, but can you tell me what evidence? What evidence, based on the fact I have an anonymous source that saw this? What evidence do you want from me to demonstrate? Because you just seem to dismiss my theory out of hand because you didn't feel like it had very much evidence. What evidentiary standard would you like to use for me to prove my alternative theory? Why aren't you open-minded to it?
This is great.
How come?
This is fantastic.
There were plenty of video cameras around the event, and how the event played out
You're not answering his question.
did not align with anything that you had said in your scenario.
What part didn't align with it?
That
the video cameras did not show every angle of every part of that event. That's ridiculous.
Oh, there were videos of the sky, and we saw where
it's cloaked, dude. It's cloaked. The ship is cloaked, and why are you dismissing this? I don't understand. I have an eye.
Zach knows that he sounds ridiculous. Zach knows how ridiculous he sounds, and he knows that this is exactly how Zach sounds. He knows this. Just accept it, my dude. You actually would be happier.
I have an eyewitness, and I think that this is what happened. Why are you dismissing it?
Because I feel like you're exaggerating. I feel like you're not acting in good faith necessarily.
How is that bad faith? This is my theory.
You're taking something that could very well, we both know, happen in reality, And
This
you're
happened in
comparing it
reality.
and you're comparing it to, some type of, Harry Potter fantasy.
How is it a
type of
Harry Potter fantasy? Again, the Yamcha have been noted to be able to cloak. They come from a planet which is very high temperature. They visit here often. And what they do is they hunt people. There was a famous incident with a Dutch commando, or with a commando named Dutch, who tangled with one of these fucking things in the middle of a southeastern jungle. Not kidding. Okay. And it could cloak, and it killed his entire team. And it was just him at the end. And unfortunately, he had to deal with this problem. The thing is like, so we have evidence of the Yamcha. We have evidence of their cloaking abilities. We have evidence of all of this. Tell me why my theory, what evidence do you want from me for this theory? What more could you want? There's an anonymous, I have an anonymous source.
Look, I'm telling you, man, I just got a phone call, just got a text message from the Yamcha Prime. The predators are saying, don't bring us into this foolishness. Predators are like, look, we ain't had nothing to do with this. We know where we were on September 10th, and we was not there. So don't bring us up into this. Don't do it. That's what they said. They said, don't even bring us up into this. Y'all keep your foolishness where it is.
We know that the cameras weren't pointed in every direction. We know that this predator cloaking technology exists. We know for sure that we have dealt in Southeast Asia with one of these things before. So what? What do you want? What do you want for evidence from me? What would the standard be?
You have an eyewitness with regard to this?
Yeah, an anonymous. I'm not going to reveal my source because they're anonymous, but I have an eyewitness.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, you know what? As an open-minded individual, I would take that into consideration then.
Wait, do y'all think Zach doesn't know that he's talking about a movie? Are y'all for real? Yo, do you think he might not know? That's bad. How old is Zach? Maybe Zach isn't old enough to remember. I mean, Predator is what? I don't think he. Wow. Look it up. When was Predator? The first one. I'm going to go with like 86, 88. Wow. Maybe he did no way. No. Not 90s. He totally missed that. It is very possible. I thought so. I thought it was 88. Look it up. Somebody look it up. Ben looked at, is it 1988? You know what? He might not know this. He might really be thinking that Andrew is freestyling. Oh, wow. That's so sad.
Oh, perfect.
And I certainly wouldn't turn around and consider you a lunatic or a crazy person for bringing a perspective and a theory towards that. If we pursued further and we continued to peel the layers back on it, could end up true. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that there are certain theories that haven't been put out there by individuals who you would say on either side, who I think have come out in bad faith and have done, I think, damage to people who are asking and want to know the legitimate truth and questions about what happened to Charlie Kirk. I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't see some of these accounts online.
Look, I'm actually fine if that's a standard, it's pretty consistent. If you're unwilling to rule out my Yamcha theory, I don't know why you're laughing. I think that you haven't provided any standard of evidence that you would demand from me. You just said that you actually would cede that this is a viable theory. The Yamcha theory is a viable theory, and you're not going to dismiss it or call me a crazy person. So I think that that's at least consistent.
All my own perspective is, and this is why I was a little concerned that our conversation was going to be somewhat boring, because I would say that I'm not drawing any specific conclusion and I'm not attached to any outcome as it relates to the Charlie Kirk investigation.
That's a lie.
I understand.
I have an open mind, and I'm willing to I at least try to understand the different perspectives. And I personally think the reason that I got involved in all of this was because I ended up on the Candace Owens side of things. And that's because what I saw that she was actually putting out very interesting things with regard to how Charlie was.
You know what else is interesting? Never mind. You're an idiot. If you landed on the Candace Owens side of the equation, that means you failed your IQ test. That's what that means. That's all it means.
Being treated early on, a lot of the pressure that he was receiving. And she got attacked. I felt unfairly. They came out and there were verified lies told about her by certain individuals. And I just came and I noticed those lies and I was just like, well, that's not true. So, it got me, I guess, on this side. But I guess when it comes down to it, I really do believe that she has added value here. And I understand that she has levied some heavy claims. I understand what she's doing. I understand why people might have a problem with it. But we live in a time where we have been lied to again and again and again by those in power, by our government, by the authorities. And as far as I'm concerned, this is what you get. You get a Candace Owens with regard to the Charlie Kirk investigation, and she's going to go hard and she's going to go off on certain individuals. And is that, you think what you want about it, and it might make people uncomfortable, and I get that, but at the same time, like, I think it's necessary and I think it's valuable. So
look, I'm going to say one thing for you and on your behalf. You seem like a nice enough kid, right? And you're willing to have your worldview challenged, and that alone takes balls. It does.
I'm laughing because you're saying that I'm a kid. How old do you think I am?
Maybe like 34, 36.
Yeah, 30. Yeah, I'm 37, so that's not. Yeah. That's not. I guess I have 5 kids with one on the way, so I don't.
My old man used to always say that post 40, you can call anybody a kid and get away with it.
There you go. All right, yeah. I'll take it.
So the thing is like, it takes guts to at least defend the position, and so I'm going to give credit where credit's due. You're willing to at least have some of the most adamant opposition who is good and skilled at putting out their worldview on so that you can have debates with them about this. That in and of itself is deserving of respect. But I just want to point out that you're one of the few on your side who will do that, and that there's a reason for that. And the reason is because these correlate claims, when they're in front of large audiences and they're pressed against, they fall apart, man. And so I would just want you to take one thing away from this conversation, right? Just one thing. Dang. It's good to have an open mind.
He done went all parental on him. Now he done went from cooking him to beating him in the ring, and now you're about to go parental on him. Good gracious, man. Andrew, stop it.
Right? But don't let it be so open that your brain falls out, okay? Like, you do have to make sure always that you have good evidentiary standards for the things that you claim, because you want to have integrity as a journalist, right? That's what you're doing, is you're doing like your own form of journalism. So, just like have integrity with that. And that's missing from new media. It was missing from old media. And I hope to see a reemergence in new media. It's like, a lot of this shit is just fucking bullshit. And the second it's pressed against, we find that there's just nothing supporting it. It's just a house of sand. It's a glass window. You throw a rock and it breaks quick. So, that's the one thing I want you to take away from this. I don't hate you. I don't have any issues with you. I have nothing but goodwill. I hope you make $1 billion and get 1 zillion subscribers. But, just be fair on this, and don't let yourself get sucked into the trivialities of correlates that make no sense and arguments that aren't logical, or you'll find yourself very quickly on the other end of absolute destruction by a person like me, because we do that. Some of us do. Like, that's all I do. That's all I think about is arguments all day long. I think about the logic of a thing. I think about why they think this way. Why is it that when we move from A, we get to Z? Why is it we shouldn't use fallacious argumentation or fallacious thinking? That's all I think about every day, all day long. So it's like, if you do that, if you focus on doing that, man, you'll be unstoppable. That's all I'm saying to you.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I appreciate you saying that, and I also, appreciate having the difficult and hard conversations. I think that it's absolutely necessary. I guess where I don't necessarily agree with you is that I don't believe that what has been presented or the questions as it relates to, I think the best way to say it is this being bigger than Tyler Robinson. I don't think that they just simply fall apart. I think that there are legitimate questions that we need answered here. And I guess that I just want to, ultimately what I'm trying to be a part of is I am trying to be a part of the pressure campaign against the authorities doing the little bit that I can do with the platform that I have to ensure that the public is being told the full truth about what happened to
But
Charlie
what if you did this as an experiment going forward? Maybe I can put a challenge to you instead. Anytime you postulate the any theory or any evidence, run it the opposite way. Run it through your own, like an oppositional filter, right? And give the most charitable possible respect to the opposition before you make a decision or make your mind up. For instance, when we're talking about correlates, let me give you an example of this.
I do it a lot with regard.
There is currently more evidence that Candace Owens is linked to Israel than there is Tyler Robinson is. Far more evidence that Candace Owens is linked to foreign nationals than Tyler Robinson is. There's far more evidence that Candace Owens has taken a paycheck for the purpose of espousing beliefs she may not believe than Tyler Robinson has. There's way more evidence for this than there is for your belief that Tyler Robinson was linked to foreign entities. Candace Owens was best friends with Charlie Kirk, who was an avowed Christian Zionist, who had links to Netanyahu, who had links to top Israeli officials. There's more evidence linking her to the Israeli government than anything you could ever provide for Tyler Robinson or anybody you would claim was a conspirator. Right. But that just goes away somehow. Like, reverse the filter. Use your same standard and logic the opposite direction, and you're going to come to truth much easier.
Okay, but there is significant.
Dude, answer that question. That somebody said that he's closed off. Yeah, he's definitely closed off because he didn't even make an attempt. Good gracious, man.
More evidence, you would say, that Tyler Robinson allegedly wanted Candace Owens dead, or I'm sorry, wanted Charlie Kirk dead more than Candace Owens did. There's no evidence that suggests that Candace Owens wanted Charlie Kirk dead.
Wait a second.
Like, you don't have any evidence that proves that.
But that would be
Charlie
making
Kirk
my
dead.
point for me, right? There's a lot of evidence that Tyler Robinson wanted Charlie Kirk dead.
Right.
Okay, I agree.
Right.
He just walked right into
And
you're making,
but when you're talking about
the assertion
it's
that Candace
bigger
Owens would have
than
been more connected to Israel to have more motive to take
I don't
Charlie
know.
Kirk's life.
Like,
because
let's look at the theory. Let's look at the theory. Tyler Robinson wants him dead, right? Who profited the most off of his death? It wasn't Erica Kirk. I would say Candace Owens, who has all this link to Israel.
Andrew, come on,
had
man.
way
man.
more.
Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA profited way more off of Charlie Kirk's death.
Not individually, they didn't.
No,
only as an organization.
Yes, they did.
Only as an organization, they did.
No.
Yes.
No.
You think that?
He's going to have to show that, but we could show quickly that Candace has received quite a bit from that. Yeah, he walked into that one.
Okay, you think that Candace Owens has not made massive profit off of this?
How much do you think that Candace Owens has made off of the Charlie Kirk?
Millions and millions of dollars, for sure.
Millions and millions. Okay.
Millions and millions.
The low end of what we put Erica Kirk at since Charlie Kirk passed away. She is $10 million, as reported, I think, by Yahoo News. $10 million life.
Yeah, I bet that Owens has made. I bet Owens has made more than that.
$5.2 million from Tucker Carlson. She literally made over $15 million.
And I bet you that Candace Owens, Candace Owens, since the start of this, has made more than that. But even if she hasn't, let's just grant she hasn't, she's at least made several $1 million on it. She's the one with the links to Israel. She's the one, she's the one who was besties. She was the one who was besties with a Christian Zionist. She was the one who has been profiting in a major way off of this. Why is it that I shouldn't take those correlates, which are way stronger correlates than a fucking Egyptian plane that you can't place at the time, place, area, contract, nothing? Why shouldn't I use these other correlates? They're way stronger.
I see a lot of you guys in the chat saying $150 million. That's how much Turning Point USA made. Turning Point USA is a nonprofit. That's not how much Erica makes personally. So I want you guys just to understand
you
that.
have to bring it up.
There's a set salary that Erica Kirk is required to take from that. But in any case, I don't know if you've seen Candace Owens' social blade with regard to her trajectory and her show. You know well that Candace was one of the top YouTube channels. She's making good money prior to the Charlie Kirk investigation.
No, she wasn't.
Oh, but post investigation, it's been much more lucrative.
better.
If you look at
Yeah.
her subscriber,
Subscribers are irrelevant. Like, why is Zach bringing this up? Why is Zach bringing this up? He knows that that's irrelevant. Maybe because he doesn't think Andrew, because Andrew's on Rumble, and he doesn't think Andrew understands YouTube monetization. This is really dumb. Okay, let's go.
count and her view count since Charlie died, like there was a slight uptick, but
Oh, they've been gangbusters.
the trend, I guess you can say, the trend line.
Oh, come on. She made millions of dollars in just free media coverage, millions and
Right.
millions of dollars in free publicity, right? It's the Donald Trump approach, right? So why shouldn't I think that
I just think
Candace
that the- I
Owens,
just think that the
hang on,
argument-
Candace Owens is buddies with one of the most prominent, prolific Christian Zionists on planet Earth, calls him her best friend, okay? This guy has links to Netanyahu, the entire Israeli government, massive Jewish donors, has all of it. And it's her bestie, her pal, her buddy. Okay. And then he dies. And the first thing that she does, she's going to investigate it, man. Oh, yeah. She's going to and do it. Does everything she can do to hinder the state's case by saying that there's holes in it and things like this. Everything she can possibly do to hinder the state's case in the investigation of her bestie's murder and then profits on it. That's a lot of fucking correlates, buddy. A lot more correlates than anything you've given me.
See, you consider it her interfering with the state's case. Many consider it ensuring that
I'm just
actual
asking
true and full
questions.
justice occurs
I'm
to
just
Charlie Kirk.
asking questions. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just asking questions. I'm just saying that theory seems just as sound as any other theory that I've
Why
heard.
not?
Consider the fact that the state's case has definitely been hampered by Candace Owens' interference and her minions' interference. Definitely looks conspiratorial. She's definitely working with many, many high prolific content creators who have ties to Qatar. They have ties to Israel. They have ties to Iran. They have ties to all sorts of foreign governments.
Do you
she
have
works
proof?
hand in hand with these creators who do that.
Do you have proof that Candace Owens has taken money from a foreign government?
Wait, you want proof? Wait, we're doing
That's crazy
proof
work.
now?
That's nasty work.
You want proof that you want proof that Candace Owens has taken money? You have any proof that your decoy took any fucking money?
Well, he said that he did. Candace Owens has denied that she's taken.
No, Candace has said that she would take money from Qatar. I knew he was going to say that. I should have pulled it up. Candace has said she would take Qatar money. Hold on one second. Hold on. No, she has said that directly. She said, I would take $150,000 from Qatar. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And she was joking about, like, why are they not giving me any money? I think I found it. I don't know if this is it. Darn it. I don't know if this is it, but I'm gonna pull it in anyway because we need to take a station break from Andrew cooking this poor young man. All right. There. All right, let me pull in. All right, let's see if this is it.
It's about money, threats, all of this stuff. It's ridiculous. Do what we say or we'll ruin your life. We're going to call up all our friends and we'll just start writing hit pieces about you and we'll destroy you. Do what we say or we'll have you canceled. We'll have your sponsorships dropped. Do what we say or we'll make sure that you're fired. We'll put pressure so that you can't earn an income. If you're still not going to listen to us and you survive that, we're going to sue you for everything you have. You guys suck, okay? We don't care about your money. We are tired of it. This reveals who you are, not who I am. The truth should be enough. I've offered him my platform. If there is more you'd like to say, Bill, things you'd like to clarify, again, my platform is yours, even though I know you're so highfalutin and above us. He even says in that tweet, by the way, he's like, and the fact that she monetized her video, something along those lines, like talking about yesterday's episode, oh my God, how can she read ads? Oh, are you the same Bill Ackman that made an absurd amount of money while we were in COVID lockdowns and we couldn't work? Are you the same Bill Ackman who like turned that into like billions? I'm pretty sure you are. So maybe check yourself, okay? so sick of this. I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Are we allowed to do that? Or are you going to sue me? You're going to crush me. You're going to impoverish us all.
Darn it. I don't think this is.
Why are you guys like this is my question. Laura Loomer in too. Like this is like how Bill, I guess, wins the argument. They're like, Bill Ackman gave $1 million, Candace. What did you give? What did you give? I don't know. 2 years of my effing life to Charlie, helping him build things. Why is everything about money to you? Why do you think having money makes you a decent human being? Why are you so soulless? What is wrong with you? Do you understand that spiritually something is wrong with you? If your instinct, just so you guys know, regular people don't behave like that. I want you to know, because you made me. I don't think you recognize your own flaws.
Okay, I want to find it, but she did say that she would take $150,000 from Qatar, and it was interesting because I want to say, don't quote me on this, I want to say it's November, and it was funny because that's the same amount that she made that month in super chats that month. I'll find it, and maybe I'll put it up as a short or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's get done with it. We're Andrew and
foreign money.
I'm almost done.
So
but she's just linked.
Right
she just happens to be
said
linked.
He did. One said they
she
did.
just happens to be linked with all these creators who have, huh?
I just think
I'm just asking questions.
Everybody wanted to know what Candace Owens had to say after Charlie Kirk was killed. I guarantee you, even you probably were turning into.
Bro, I'm just look. I have concerns.
Did you?
And my concerns. Joe Kent validated my concerns as well. He said that there's evidence of people working, evidence that foreigners may have been involved. And here I see Candace Owens working with tons of creators who are known to have foreigners sending them money. Like, I'm just following the evidence. These are all correlated together. Why shouldn't I believe that Candace Owens, who made $1 gazillion in free publicity and everything else, didn't actually, who was besties with a guy who had all these ties to Israel Netanyahu, probably knew his schedule. He probably confided all sorts of things in her, right? It seems to me like there could be some incentives there that you might want to follow up on. Yeah, very strange to me that you are very silent about these correlates.
Andrew, bring it out. If that's your perspective, dude, I'm a subscriber of The Crucible. Put it all out there. I'll be happy to tune in to listen to your arguments.
What do you mean? I'm not making arguments. I'm just telling you my concerns. I don't have proof. I'm just telling you my concerns. I'm concerned. I'm just asking questions. I see all these links, and like, people are so close-minded, they refuse to investigate any of these links. And it just drives me crazy. I'm like, man, I wish we could really dive into some of these links, because I have a lot of concerns, especially after what Joe Kent said about foreigners possibly being involved. And I see her linked up with all of these content creators who have ties to foreigners, including Charlie Kirk. It's like, I don't know what to do, man. I've got a lot of concerns.
But I guess the argument back to you is that that scenario is very easily debunked.
That's right, because there's no proof for it, fucker. The same way there's no proof for yours. And you better learn that real quick, because otherwise you're going to get buried. You're going to get buried.
An alibi that does not put her on the scene.
Oh, she doesn't need to be on the scene in order to influence. Remember, the shooter's working with a big network, man. Yeah. There's a network of conspirators involved here, and she has ties to every player. She has ties to Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steven Crowder, the Daily Wire. She has ties to every mainstream organization, every Jewish donor. She has ties to all of that. You don't fucking care.
Well, I guess
you don't seem to fucking care. And it's from my perspective, I think, why? Because you don't find that proof compelling. But when I ask for the same standard the other direction, you find your own proof compelling, which is none.
I'm Andrew, I'm happy that you are now open-minded and that you are willing to consider something outside of what the state is telling you with regard to Tyler Robinson. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you that it sounds like I've made an impression on you.
You did.
That you are now able to have a more open mind than you entered this conversation with.
All right.
I consider that a win for me.
You did, man. You opened up my mind, and I have seen the light. But anyway, I appreciate the conversation. I will let you get about your way. Unless you have other points of contention that you'd like to bring up, I'm still happy. It's your time. I'm still happy to go through whatever you would like to go through.
No, man. I unfortunately I would like to continue talking, but I do have to go. I would.
All right, so that was the end of it. So I did catch that little part where he's like, "Now I got to get up out of here because I'm getting cooked." He was getting cooked. Let's just tell the truth. He was getting cooked. Now that was painful. I would have much rather watched Andrew and Gary than watch Gary and Zach, because Zach was just insufferable today. Okay, so shout out. Some people said it was on Twitter, and you are correct. Here's Candace's tweet from October 28th. All right, it says this. For clarity, if Qatar ever offers me $120,000 a month to say what I already believe about Israel, I will be accepting. Sounds like the best deal ever, to be honest. But she don't take foreign money, he said. He said she don't take foreign money. That's what nephew said. Nephew said she don't take foreign money. Sir, she just said she'll take foreign money. That's some crazy work, y'all. Here, let me drop that in the chat for y'all. All right, that was woo-wee. That was a good one. That was good. I'll have to find some more of Andrew. I like Andrew, but I need Andrew to be, I don't know, I need to be a topic that I like. So this was a good topic for sure. This was good. Wow. That was painful, y'all. Shout out to Amethyst. Amethyst says this: the burden of proof, Latin, onus probinahan, lies with the one who speaks, not with the one who denies. It's the obligation on the party in a dispute to provide sufficient warrant for its position. Thank you so much, Amethyst. You're the stream sponsor, by the way. Thank you so much for this support. I appreciate it. Phantom said this: Kent has no access to Charlie Kirk evidence. There we go. But Zach said he did, though. Zach said he did. So unless you have access to evidence, I think we talked about this one. Thank you, Bethany. Reasonable suspicion about the injustice. Per the Bible, you can't say anything at all, yes or no, or nothing. And I said that earlier. I do believe that we need to err on the side of saying nothing if you can't prove it, because you can't tell a lie. So if I said something about somebody and I couldn't prove it, but I'm out here trying to like fish for evidence or find some kind of way to make it true, I'm spreading a lie. I'm doing that. I'm telling a lie. Okay, keep it going. So why can't the witness be another person? We talked about that. Thank you again for the very kind. Super. And then what do you have here, Christelle? It says, why are you talking Kent's? Why are we taking Kent's suspicion for a grain of salt? I don't know. Thank you for the two. I think Zach was, and I think Andrew was trying to be gracious to him, but I don't know. Etsy Dog came up in the building. If a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump his butt when it jumped. Yeah, wow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, friend. And then lastly, what we got here? Thanks, Craftsman. What's going on? Andrew just full predator model. Goes full predator mode. Get in the chopper. I think that's crazy. That's wild. Zach doesn't know that that's Predator. I guess I didn't think that, but I guess that's true. He doesn't know that that's the Predator movie. Crazy work, y'all. What did y'all think? Give me your 2 cents. Give me your final parting understanding. What'd you think about it? Give me your thoughts on Andrew and Zach having a little powwow, a little meeting of the minds. What'd you think about it? Candace can't debate herself out of a wet paper bag. I would love to see Candace and Andrew. That would be wild. Which is why, oh my gosh, I loved it. Watching it live the other day was the best. Okay, thank you so much, Samurai. Appreciate you. I think it's his Catholic viewpoint. If you look him up on the internet, he's all over Catholic information. Interesting. Okay, I can take that. I can accept that. Zach suffers from brain rot. Well, I can't disagree with you at all. Now I'm going to have to watch Predator to get all these. Really? You've never seen Predator? Oh man, Andrew did a great job. That was a very fun. I like how he did it. That was very funny. Hey, If you watched it, were they saying that in the chat? Were they saying, like, by the way, this is the movie Predator that he was describing? That's just my only question. I wish Candace would go on a permanent vacation. See? Okay, Jason, we need another wash. Ami just did a Candace Owens video and it's fire. You know what? I think we do need that. Let me I think I saw this one. Is it when like he had like Erica Kirk was ordering like takeout or something like that? Yeah, that's the one. Yep. I did see this one earlier today. So let's we're so close, man. Y'all, we're so close. Yeah, I don't know. I like Andrew. I just wanted to I at least want to like the topic that they're debating. If they're debating something, you know, frogs in the rainforest, I don't care about that. So if it's something, you know, impactful that I can enjoy, I'll watch it. You know, it could be Starfleet Academy. Y'all know how I feel about that. It can be about Starfleet Academy. Hey, let's clear the palate. Shout out to Ami. This is so ridiculous.
All right, you guys, we are so close. We are here. We are at the gates. We are at the gates of truth, like a truthgasm. We're so close to climaxing. We're going to discover what's really going on. And what we have in this week's episode is a bombshell discovery, a phone call made on September 10th by, you guessed it, Erica Kirk. She made a very interesting phone call. I just find it interesting. I just find it very interesting that she would make this phone call. Apparently, at some point, she got hungry. I don't know how you would get hungry on a day like that. I don't know how you would even have an appetite. I don't know how you would have that in any way, how you would have an appetite to order food, how you could think about food. But apparently she got hungry and made a phone call. And we, thanks to my mommy slews, we have intercepted a recording of that phone call that took place on September 10th. So we're going to listen to this audio now, this recording of Erica Kirk ordering lunch or dinner. What meal it was for, we don't know. I don't know, but we'll see. Let's take a listen.
Hello. Hi, can I place an order? Sure. What would you like? Okay, let's start with the appetizers. Can we get the large wings, please? One large wings,
Yep. Okay, well, stop there. Wings. Wings. I just find that very interesting, okay? Could that be a reference to Egyptian planes? Wings. I just find that the very first thing she would order, she's trying to order food, is wings. Clearly, there's some kind of connection to Egyptian planes. Some people think this restaurant she was ordering from might have been located at Fort Huachuca. Let's continue listening.
And we'll just get 2 orders of the sliders. The chicken tenders, and then the platter with hummus. Sure. And it comes with pizza? Yes, it does.
Okay. You guys, they think we're stupid. She's ordering hummus and kebab and pita. She was clearly talking to someone who was Israeli, working for Mossad, who was trying to deliver something to Erica Kirk, but I doubt it was actually food. And we look no further than the Epstein emails that were released to know that when they're talking about food, these people, they're demonic. They're not actually talking about food. This audio is verified. I had it verified by one of my sources in the government, in the FBI and in the CIA and in counterterrorism. My source, Joe Candace, we're going to cut this. So move on. In any event, this just doesn't feel right. I don't know. I'm not buying it. Erica, I'm not buying it. Whatever your cravings, whatever you wanted to eat, whatever you wanted for lunch or dinner, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Nobody is. I'm sorry. Nobody is. Nobody believes you. Now, if you dig deeper, you come to discover that Erica was calling using an app that we all know is called Uber Eats. If you look into who owns Uber Eats, it's owned by Uber Technologies. Come to find out that Uber was founded by a man by the name of Travis Kalanick or Kalanick. Not really sure about that pronunciation. We need to get the correct pronunciation. because we care about that. We want to be truthful here. We owe you the truth. Travis Kalanick was the founder of Uber. Let's learn a little more about Travis. Shouldn't surprise you. Kalanick was born in 1976 in Los Angeles. His parents are Bonnie Renee Horowitz Kalanick. Horowitz, you guys. It's obviously a connection to David Horowitz at the Freedom Center, where guess what? Your girl Candace got her first job. It's obviously a relationship to David Horowitz, who spread lots of lies about me when I began speaking out, when I began waking up. There's obviously a sabotage campaign going on to take me down. Bonnie, his mother, whose family were Viennese Jews who immigrated to the U.S. That's so interesting that they were Viennese, because we all know what happened in Vietnam. We all know what the U.S. did in Vietnam, dropping napalm and white phosphorus, which is what Israel used in Gaza. Guys, it's so obvious. It's all connected that they're Viennese. Tied all together, on September 10th, Erica Kirk decides to use Uber Eats to order some food, Israeli cuisine, which is obviously hidden language used by Epstein. She decides to use Uber Eats, which is part of Uber, which was founded by Travis Kalanick, whose mother was a Jew from Vietnam. You guys, they think we're stupid. All right, we will have more on this next week, guys. We're getting so close to the truthgasm, so close to the climax. It's going to be ultimately the ultimate climactical event and experience. Stay tuned next week when we uncover even more truths about Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett's connection to Postmates and DoorDash. Thanks for watching, you guys. Are you still in here? What are you doing? You want me to make you a sandwich? No, I already ordered takeout. Okay. Uber Eats. Okay. I'm going out with the boys. No phone calls.
That's messed up. Okay, real quick. We are done. We are done here, people. But I got one thing to show you. I did shout out to, I think it was Tina, who just sent me this. Candace did say this in a video. So I knew I wasn't going crazy. But that doesn't mean anything. I really could be going crazy. Let me pull this in. And then I have to go get my dinner. Uh-oh. Hold on. It won't let me share the screen. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, let's pull this in. Let's check it out. Let me know what y'all think. All right. This is just the last little second of it. Here it comes. Green hearts in the chat.
Confirmed it. I was always telling the truth. That was one of the first things I said. I was like, what was that weird Alex Clark thing? I was being attacked for no reason. And then I get these people doubling down on it. And I know that they know that it's true that Charlie was going to mass. And I can't speak on whether he was close to converting. That's a conversation, like you said. Erica can speak on that. And there might be a time and a place for her to do that. I can only speak on the fact that I wasn't lying and that I was having those conversations with him when he was attending mass. And I do think, from what I've been told, that he was planning on signing up and starting that process, but I did not personally have that conversation with him. So that's third party. The right person to speak about that would be Erica. And I do think she should. I think she should, because nobody was nastier to me than the Judeo-Christians, the evangelical crowd, because I told the truth about conversations that I had with Charlie about Catholicism. And none of them corrected the record. None of them said, I'm sorry. None of them said I didn't know what I was speaking about. They just kind of doubled and tripled down on attacking me, which is a repeat theme. I'm always being attacked for telling the truth, and I just keep telling the truth. So, yeah.
It's interesting.
What's the lie? Where is the lie? Where is the lie? Lastly, Lamp writes, how come Qatar is always used as the go-to punching bag by the media? Why does Qatar never even push back? And Qatar seems to never attack Israel in a war of aggression or any sort of attack. Have they ever even done anything negative toward Israel? Well, Qatar recently came out and said, yeah, we work with Hamas because Israel and the United States asked us to. They asked us to play the intermediary. And now we are being attacked for doing what they asked us to do, which sounds like the most absolute United States Israel thing ever, is to ask people to help you and then to be like, oh, I'm so horrified by what they're doing. And I tend to believe that. I don't understand the weird Qatar thing. Like I said, I would take Qatari money. I would. They haven't called me. It's deeply upsetting. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong, what I'm getting wrong, what I can do better to make them call me. I would be totally one of those people that's in the commercials. Have you seen like Qatari Airlines is supposed to be amazing, apparently. And I'd be in a commercial for Qatari Airlines. I don't mind somebody making that an AI video and maybe sending that over to the Qatari embassy and seeing if they want to hire me. I am open to being paid by Qatar. So I don't get it. I don't know why Jared Kushner and Zionists are allowed to go to Qatar, which happened recently, and do deals with them. But for some reason, Candace and Tucker are not. It's just not fair. What do I have to do to be seen by Qatar? And I guess it's a question for another day. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. So there you go. She said it. Send it to Zach. Y'all clip that and send it to Zach. Because he didn't know that. He said that she would never take foreign money. That woman is a mess. That woman's a mess. All right, y'all good people. It has been a long night. It's been a long night. But I really do appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for tapping in with us. This has been fun, man. Thank you so much. By the way, thank you so much. What do we have here? Here's another one. Thank you so much, SC Dog, for the 5. Here's another one. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. If ifs were candies and buts. Girl, I don't know. I don't know. I might need some nourishment. I appreciate it though. SC coming in with the limericks. We got some poetry up in here. We got poets up in here. I was wondering about that. Qatari Airline. I was thinking that, but I didn't say it. I was just kind of thinking like, really? Okay. Shout out. Thank you so much for calling that out. I think she meant Emirates Air, not Qatari Airline. That's what I think, but who knows what she's talking about. Y'all, thank y'all so much for rocking with us. I appreciate Andrew for giving us a masterclass on debating with Zach. Shout out to Gary. He was with Zach earlier today. It was a mess. It was a hot mess. Egyptian Air. Y'all are wild. But everybody, I want to say thank you again. Tonight is 8:00. I don't think I'm coming back. I'm going to go curl up on the couch with my wife. Get my dinner and curl on the couch. But Lord willing, we'll do it again tomorrow. Or I'll drop a couple of videos. I do have a video dropping later on tonight at 8:30. So I do have that. So I'll probably see y'all then. I'm sorry, 9:00. 9:00. It's dropping at 9:00. But I think you'll enjoy it. So make sure you check it out. Make sure you check out my Final Four. I got the community post is in the community section. So click on that. Check out the 2 videos and make sure you vote for the one that you like. We got one more tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we'll do our Final Four. And on Monday, we're doing the championship for March Madness. And I think you'll enjoy it, though. It's going to be good. Let's see. Liar. He's putting pressure on Erica and TPS, not government. He is doing this because of the money. Okay, I think you mean Zach. Yeah, Zach is an interesting fellow. But again, as we saw right here, interesting fellow and actually having merit to your arguments are not the same thing. So, okay. Now I'm just reading through some of the chats. Y'all, thank y'all so much, everybody. Let's do this again, Lord willing, real soon. So I'll see you all, Lord willing, tomorrow. So let's do it again. Grace and peace. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Whitt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.